Caves in Skyrim are supposed to be simple. You go in, clear out enemies, grab some loot and move on. Most of the time you know exactly what you're getting into. But some caves don't follow that pattern. Some of them feel wrong the moment you step inside. Not because they're harder, but because of what's in them. The atmosphere, the details, the things you start to notice the deeper you go. And by the time you understand what you've walked into, it's already left an impression. These aren't just dangerous caves. They're the ones that stick with you. The ones that tell a story you weren't expecting. The ones that feel heavier than they should. And the ones that turn a simple exploration into something a lot more unsettling than you signed up for. Tolvold's Cave doesn't feel like a place you're meant to visit. It feels like a place people tried to escape from and never could. From the moment you step inside, there's a weight to it that goes beyond the usual cave atmosphere. It's not just dark or dangerous, it feels abandoned, in a very specific way. Like whatever happened here pushed everything to a breaking point and then left it frozen in that state. The layout itself reinforces this. It isn't a clean, linear dungeon. It twists, branches, loops back on itself, creating a sense of disorientation that builds the longer you stay. You're not just moving forward, you're navigating something that feels unstable, like the cave doesn't want to be understood. That confusion ties directly into the story behind it. Tolvold's Cave is most closely associated with the Lost Expedition, searching for a crown, led by explorers who believed they could uncover something valuable deep within its chambers. On paper, it's a familiar Skyrim setup. Adventurers chasing treasure, venturing into unknown territory, expecting danger, but ultimately confident in their ability to overcome it. But the deeper you go, the clearer it becomes that this wasn't just a failed expedition. It was a collapse. The journals scattered throughout the cave tell the story piece by piece, and what they reveal is far more unsettling than a simple defeat. The explorers didn't just run into enemies and lose. They began to turn on each other. Paranoia set in, trust broke down. The pressure of being trapped in such a confusing and closed environment began to distort their thinking. They started to suspect betrayal, to question motives, to see threats where there might not have been any. And once that shift happens, there's no coming back from it. The cave didn't just kill them, it changed them. That's what makes this cave feel so traumatic compared to other locations. It isn't just about external danger, it's about internal collapse. The environment itself becomes part of the threat. The twisting paths, the lack of clarity, the sense of being lost even when you're moving forward. It all contributes to the same pressure that the expedition experienced. You're not just reading about their descent, you're moving through it. The enemies reinforce this in a very distinct way. Falmer inhabit the cave and their presence adds another layer to the unease. They're not just hostile, they're adapted to this kind of environment. They move through it with ease, navigating the same confusing layout that disorientates you. That contrast makes every encounter feel more uneven. You're reacting, trying to understand where you are and what's around you, while they operate with complete familiarity. And it doesn't stop there. Charus roam the deeper sections, adding a more visceral kind of threat. Their movement, their sounds, the way they emerge from the darkness, it all contributes to a sense that the cave isn't just inhabited, but alive in a way that works against you. The further in you go, the less control you feel like you have. Encounters don't feel contained, they feel like interruptions in something larger, something that exists independently of your own presence. That lack of control mirrors the story of the expedition perfectly. They came in with a goal, a clear objective, a sense of direction, and they lost all of it. The cave stripped that away piece by piece until all that was left was confusion and suspicion. Even the pacing of the cave contributes to this feeling. It's not a quick experience, it stretches on, with multiple sections that feel similar enough to blur together but different enough to keep you uncertain. There's no clear rhythm to it, no sense of progression that reassures you that you're getting closer to the end. Instead, it feels like you're moving through layers of the same space, each one slightly more disorienting than the last. That repetition creates a kind of fatigue, not just for the character, but for you as the player. And that fatigue is important, because it mirrors what the explorers must have felt. The longer they stayed, the harder it became to maintain clarity, to trust each other, to stay grounded in reality. The cave doesn't challenge you, it wears you down. By the time you reach the deeper sections, where the crown of Barentia fragment lies, the significance of the treasure itself starts to feel secondary. It's still the objective, still the reason you're there, but it doesn't carry the same weight it might have at the start. Because everything you've experienced along the way reframes it. This wasn't worth it, not for them, and arguably not for you either. That realization is what makes the cave linger in your memory. It's not just another dungeon you cleared. It's a place where the story and the environment align in a way that reinforces each other. The confusion you feel isn't just gameplay, it's part of the narrative. The enemies aren't just obstacles, they're part of the ecosystem that contributed to the expedition's failure. Everything works together, and it all points in the same direction. This is what happens when control is lost, when direction fades, when isolation turns inward. That sense of collapse is made even more intense by just how hostile Tolvold's cave actually is, not just in design but in what inhabits it. This isn't a cave where danger comes in predictable waves. It feels layered, relentless, and constantly shifting. As you move through its different sections, the threats don't stay consistent, and that unpredictability adds to the pressure. You're not adapting to one type of enemy, you're constantly readjusting, never fully settling into a rhythm. Near the outer sections and higher elevations, the presence of ice wraiths immediately set the tone. They're not grounded enemies, they move erratically, almost bending, almost blending into the cold air itself, making them difficult to track and even harder to anticipate. Fighting them doesn't feel controlled, it feels reactive, like you're trying to hit something that doesn't fully exist in the same space as you. That alone creates tension early on, because it breaks the usual expectation of how encounters should feel. Then the cave shifts, frost trolls begin to appear, and with them comes a completely different kind of threat. Where ice wraiths are evasive and disorienting, frost trolls are direct and overwhelming. Their strength forces you into immediate high-pressure combat. They don't give you time to think, to plan, to recover. And in a cave that already feels confusing and enclosed, that kind of brute force becomes even more oppressive. You're not just fighting the enemy, you're fighting the space around you, trying to manage positioning in an environment that doesn't cooperate. Snow bears add another layer to this hostility. They're not as fast as trolls, but they are persistent, durable, and unpredictable in their own way. Their presence reinforces the idea that this cave isn't a controlled dungeon, it's an ecosystem. Different threats occupy different spaces, and moving through it feels like stepping into territories that weren't meant for you. And then there are the ghosts. This is where the cave's hostility shifts from physical to psychological. The spirits of the dead explorers don't just exist as enemies, they exist as reminders. They're not random, they're tied directly to the story, to the people who came here for the same reason you did and never made it out. Fighting them doesn't feel like clearing obstacles, it feels like confronting the aftermath of everything you've been reading about. They linger. They appear in spaces where the story starts to come together, reinforcing the idea that the cave didn't just kill these people, it trapped them. Their presence blurs the line between past and present. You're not just exploring what happened, you're standing in it, surrounded by it, forced to engage with it directly. And because of that, every encounter starts to feel heavier. You're not just progressing through enemies, you're moving through layers of failure, of desperation, of people who reached the same point you're at and couldn't go any further. That's what makes the hostility of Tolvold's cave so effective. It's not just constant, it's varied, unpredictable, and tied directly to the story. There's no moment where you feel fully in control, no point where the cave becomes manageable. Every new section introduces something different, something that forces you to adjust, to stay alert, to keep moving even when the environment itself feels like it's working against you. And when you combine that with everything else, the confusion, the isolation, the story of the expedition falling apart, it stops feeling like a standard dungeon entirely. Compared to other caves in Skyrim, which often focus on a single threat or a clear objective, Tolvold's cave feels layered. It's not just about fighting your way through, it's about understanding what happened, and more importantly, how it happened. The game doesn't spell it out for you. It gives you fragments, journals, environmental details, the placement of bodies, and leaves you to connect them. And once you do, it changes how the entire cave feels, because you're no longer just exploring, you're retracing, following the same path, seeing the same signs, recognizing the same turning points that led to the expedition's collapse. And that creates a kind of tension that doesn't rely on surprise or difficulty. It relies on recognition, on the slow realization that you're walking through a pattern that's already been played out, that someone else made these choices, took these paths, pushed forward despite the warning signs, and it didn't end well. That's what makes Torvald's Cave one of the most traumatic caves in Skyrim. Not because it's the hardest, not because it's the most dangerous in a traditional sense, but because it's one of the few places where the danger isn't just something you fight. It's something you build over time. A loss of clarity, a loss of control, a slow shift from purpose to confusion. And by the time you leave, you don't feel like you've completed something. You feel like you've come out of something that wasn't just about survival, but about holding on to your sense of direction long enough to make it back out. And knowing that not everyone who went in managed to do the same. Movarth's Lair doesn't feel like a place you discover. It feels like a place you're led to after already knowing something is wrong. By the time you even approach the cave, the tone has already been set by Morthal itself. A town weighed down by suspicion, quiet fear, and a tragedy that no one fully understands at first. The burned house, the missing answers, the uneasy conversations, it all points towards something hidden, something operating just out of sight. And when Movarth's Lair finally comes into focus, it doesn't feel like a reveal, it feels like a confirmation. The entrance alone sets the tone. It's not dramatic or imposing, but it feels concealed in a deliberate way, tucked into the marshland as if it's meant to be overlooked. There's no sense of grandeur, no indication that something powerful resides within. Just a quiet opening that leads into something far more controlled than it appears from the outside. And that control is what defines the entire experience. Because this isn't just a cave, it's a system. From the moment you step inside, the layout makes that clear. The tunnels aren't chaotic or purely natural, they feel structured, almost intentional. Paths lead into one another with a sense of purpose. And the more you go, it feels like you're moving through a space that has been shaped, not just occupied. This isn't a temporary hideout. It's a place that has been maintained, expanded, and used over time. And that's where the unease starts to build, because places like this don't exist without direction, without someone at the center of it all. Movarth himself is that center, and his presence defines everything about the cave, even before you reach him. He isn't just another vampire hiding in the dark. He's been here for a long time, operating quietly, building something beneath the surface of Morthal without drawing attention. His influence extends beyond the cave itself, reaching into the town through manipulation, control, and careful positioning. That's what makes this cave different from others. It's not isolated, it's connected. The vampires inside aren't just enemies, they're part of something organized. They move with purpose, positioned in ways that suggest awareness of their surroundings and their role within the space. This isn't a random occupation, it's coordination, and that coordination turns every encounter into something more than just a fight. It feels like you're disrupting something structured, something that has been functioning without interference for a long time. The presence of thralls reinforces this even further. These aren't just bodies or remnants. They are people who've been pulled into this system, stripped of autonomy, and repurposed. Some of them come from Morthal itself, which ties the cave directly back to the town in a way that feels invasive. This isn't a threat that exists outside the community. It's one that has reached into it, taken from it, and brought those people down here. And that connection is what makes the cave feel so personal. You're not just clearing out enemies, you're uncovering what's been happening to the people of Morthal. That realization shifts the tone completely. Every thrall you encounter isn't just an obstacle, they're evidence. Proof that the threat wasn't contained, that it extended outward, that it affected lives beyond the cave's walls. And because of that, the deeper you go, the more it feels like you're moving through the hidden half of the town itself. A version of it that exists underground, controlled, silent, and completely out of sight. The atmosphere supports this in subtle but effective ways. Unlike caves that rely on chaos or overwhelming danger, Movarth's lair feels restrained. The lighting is low, the sound design minimal, the movement within the cave deliberate. There's no sense of randomness. Everything feels placed, intentional, part of a larger design. That restraint creates tension, because it suggests that nothing here is accidental. Every tunnel, every encounter, every presence, it all serves as a purpose. And that purpose leads back to Movarth. When you finally reach him, the confrontation doesn't feel like climax of a dungeon. It feels like the exposure of something that has been hidden for far too long. He isn't just powerful, he's composed, controlled, exactly what you'd expect from someone who has been operating in secrecy for so long. There's no desperation in him, no sense that he's been cornered. Even in defeat, he feels like someone who was fully in control of his environment until the very end. And that's what makes him unsettling, not just what he is, but how long he's been able to exist without being stopped. That longevity raises questions that the cave itself doesn't answer directly. How many people were actually taken? How long has this been happening? How did it remain hidden for so long in a place as small as Morthal? The game doesn't give you clear numbers or timelines. It leaves you with implications. But if you start piecing those implications together, a clearer and far more unsettling picture begins to form. Movarth isn't just a random vampire. He's a figure with a documented past, known long before the events in Skyrim as a vampire hunter who ultimately became the very thing he once pursued. That alone suggests time. This isn't a recent transformation or a sudden appearance. He's had years, possibly decades, to refine how he operates. And by the time you encounter him in Morthal, he isn't experimenting anymore. He's established. The structure of the cave supports that idea. This isn't a temporary refuge or a recently claimed hideout. The layout, the number of occupants, the presence of both vampires and thralls, it all points towards something that has been building up gradually. Systems like this don't appear overnight. They require time to develop, to stabilize, to function without drawing attention. Every thrall you see represents a moment where someone disappeared, where someone was taken and never returned as themselves. And that's where the numbers start to become uncomfortable. Morthal is a small town. People notice when others go missing, but only to a point. In a place already defined by isolation and unease, disappearances can be explained away. Illness, travel, the dangers of the swamp. It wouldn't take many incidents over a long enough period for a pattern to form without ever being fully recognised as one. One person gone 1 month, another weeks later, spread out enough it doesn't look like a crisis. It looks like misfortune. And that's likely how Movarth kept it hidden. Not by avoiding attention completely, but by staying beneath the threshold where attention turns into action. The thralls themselves reinforce this. They aren't just generic figures. They're evidence of a process. People taken, turned, and repurposed over time. And because they've kept within the cave, removed from the surface, their existence doesn't feed back into the town in a visible way. There are no signs of struggle in the streets, no open conflict, no immediate reason for the guards to investigate further. Everything happens quietly, and that quiet is what allows it to continue. There's also the geography of Morthal itself. The surrounding marsh is dense, fog-covered, difficult to navigate. Visibility is low, movement is slow, and the environment naturally obscures what lies within it. A cave hidden in that landscape doesn't need elaborate defences. It just needs to exist in the right place. People don't wander aimlessly through the swamp. They stick to what they know, what's safe, what's visible. And Movarth operates just beyond that boundary, close enough to reach the town, far enough to remain unseen. That balance is what makes his operation sustainable. He doesn't overextend, he doesn't draw unnecessary attention. He takes what he needs, when he needs it, and maintains control over everything within his reach. And because of that restraint, the system continues, quietly, efficiently, for longer than anyone realizes it. By the time you uncover it, it doesn't feel like you've stopped something new. It feels like you've interrupted something that's been working exactly as intended. And with the resolution of the quest, it doesn't even fully remove that feeling. Movarth is defeated, the immediate threat is gone, but the knowledge of what was happening remains. The town doesn't suddenly feel safe. It just feels aware, like something has been uncovered, but not fully erased. And that lingering awareness is what makes the cave stick, because it doesn't end cleanly. It doesn't reset the environment or restore a sense of normalcy. It just removes one part of something larger and leaves you to consider what else might still be hidden. That's what defines Movarth's Lair as one of the most traumatic caves in Skyrim. Not because of how difficult it is, not because of how many enemies it contains, but because of what it represents. A system built in secret, a threat that operates quietly, a place that doesn't just exist on its own, but connects to something beyond it. And once you've seen that connection, once you understand how close it was to everything else, it becomes harder to look at places like Morthal the same way again. Because if something like that could exist just beneath it, undetected, uninterrupted for so long, then the question isn't just what was hidden there. It's what else might be hidden somewhere else, waiting just out of sight. Liar's Retreat doesn't feel like a dungeon you're meant to clear. It feels like a place you arrive at too late. From the outside, it presents itself as something relatively ordinary. A cave used by bandits, a hideout carved in the rocky terrain, the kind of place you've seen dozens of times before. There's no immediate signal that anything is different. No warning that what you're about to walk into isn't just another encounter, but the aftermath of something far more violent and far more final. And that's what makes it so effective. Because the shift doesn't happen at the entrance. It happens gradually, as you move deeper inside and start to realise that this isn't an active stronghold. It's what's left of one. The first signs are subtle, bodies in positions that don't quite line up with normal combat. Equipment left scattered, not looted or rearranged, but dropped. The absence of movement in spaces that should be occupied. At first it feels like you've just arrived after a fight. But the deeper you go, the clearer it becomes that this wasn't a fight in the usual sense. It was a massacre. The bandits who once occupied Liar's Retreat didn't just lose control of the cave, they were overwhelmed. And the cause of that is what turns the entire location into something far more unsettling: the Falmer. Their presence isn't immediately obvious in the early sections, which makes the discovery of what happened feel more like a realization than a reveal. You piece it together through the environment, through the absence of survivors, through the way everything feels abruptly abandoned. And then you see them. The Falmer don't occupy the cave like bandits do. They don't establish a clear territory, don't leave visible signs of organisation that you can easily track. Instead, they move through it in a way that feels invasive, like they've taken over something without fully reshaping it. That contrast between what the cave was and what it has become is where the unease really sets in. Because the structure is still there, but the people aren't. And the way they're gone tells the story. Liar's Retreat isn't a place where the bandits made a last stand. There's no central point of defence, no clear attempt to hold ground. The bodies are scattered throughout the cave, suggesting panic, retreat, and ultimately failure to escape. Some are positioned as if they were caught off guard, others as if they tried to flee deep into the cave, only to run into something worse. That distribution matters, because it shows that this wasn't a controlled confrontation. It was chaos. The Falmer didn't just attack, they surged. And once they did, there was no recovery. That sense of sudden collapse is what makes the cave feel traumatic rather than just dangerous. You're not fighting through a threat that's currently active. You're moving through the remains of something that was already decided. The bandits never had a chance to regroup, never had a moment to stabilise the situation. Whatever happened here happened quickly, and it happened completely. The Falmer themselves reinforce this in how they behave. They don't feel like intruders. They feel like the new baseline. They move through the cave with familiarity, navigating spaces that were never designed by them, adapting without needing to change to the environment. That adaptability makes them feel less like occupants and more like something that spreads, something that fills whatever space becomes available. And that's what makes their presence so unsettling, because it suggests that this wasn't a unique event. It's something that they just do. Liar's Retreat just happens to be one of the places where you get to see the result. The deeper sections of the cave push this even further. As you move through into the areas where the Falmer presence is more concentrated, the environment starts to shift, not structurally, but tonally. The cave feels less like a bandit hideout and more like something reclaimed. The lighting, the sounds, the pacing of encounters, it all becomes more oppressive, more controlled by the Falmer rather than shaped by what came before. And that transition is seamless. There's no clear point where one ends and the other begins. It just happens, which mirrors what likely happened to the bandits themselves. They didn't have a moment where they realized they had lost. They were already losing by the time they understood what was happening. That lack of awareness is what makes the massacre feel so one-sided. This wasn't a battle between equals. It was an encounter between a group that thought it controlled the space and something that didn't need to respect that control at all. The Falmer don't operate by the same rules. They don't need light, don't rely on visibility, don't approach combat in a way that allows for preparation or strategy in the traditional sense. They move through darkness as if it's an advantage rather than a limitation. And in a cave like Liar's Retreat, that advantage becomes overwhelming. For the bandits, the cave was a base. For the Falmer, it was just another environment. And that difference is what determined the outcome. Even the pacing of the cave reflects this imbalance. You don't encounter the Falmer in a way that builds up to climax. You encounter them as a continuation of something that's already happened. There's no escalation, no moment where the threat suddenly becomes clear. It's just there, present, consistent, reinforcing the idea that the cave is no longer what it used to be. That consistency creates a kind of inevitability, because once the Falmer are present, the outcome feels fixed. There's no version of events where the bandits reclaim the cave, no alternative where things stabilise, just a before and an after, and you're standing right in that after. What makes Liar's Retreat even more unsettling is how differently it presents the Falmer compared to other caves they inhabit. In most Falmer locations, places like Blackreach or the deeper Dwemer ruins, the Falmer feel established. They've built around the environment, adapted it, shaped it into something that reflects their presence. You see their structures, their Charles pens, their pathways carved into spaces that already feel ancient and removed from the surface world. Those locations feel like Falmer territory from the start. You enter knowing what you're dealing with, and the environment prepares you for it. Liar's Retreat doesn't do that. It's not a Falmer cave, at least it wasn't. And that distinction matters, because instead of walking into a place defined by the Falmer, you're walking into a place that was taken by them. And that structure still reflects its original purpose as a bandit hideout. The layout hasn't been fully transformed. The environment hasn't been reshaped to suit Falmer life. It's caught in between, partially reclaimed, but not fully converted. And that in-between state is what makes it so much more disturbing. In a place like Blackreach, the Falmer feel like a natural extension of the environment. They belong there in a way that, while unsettling, is consistent. But in Liar's Retreat, they feel invasive, out of place, but not in a way that weakens them. In a way that shows how easily they can take something that wasn't theirs and make it function for them anyway. That adaptability is the real threat, because it means there's no safe boundary, no clear line where Falmer territory begins and ends. They don't need a specific kind of environment to exist. They can spread into whatever space becomes vulnerable. And Liar's Retreat is the perfect example of that vulnerability. A surface-level hideout, a place that should have been relatively secure, overtaken completely by something that didn't need to follow the same rules. That contrast makes the Falmer feel more aggressive here than in their usual environments. Not because they behave differently, but because the context changes how you interpret them. In their own caves, they're inhabitants. Here, they are conquerors. And the cave itself reflects that shift. It hasn't fully become theirs, but it's no longer what it was. It's something in between. And that's what makes it feel so unstable. You don't read about what happened, you see it. And that makes it harder to distance yourself from, because there's no interpretation needed. The evidence is direct, clear, final. The cave doesn't ask you to solve a mystery. It shows you the exact result of one. And that result is absolute. Everyone who was here is gone. And what replaced them isn't just stronger, it's more suited to the space, more adapted, more permanent. That's what makes Liar's Retreat one of the most traumatic caves in Skyrim. not because of its difficulty, not because of its scale, but because of how completely it captures the moment where control is lost and never regained. It's not a story about struggle, it's a story about being overtaken, about a place that belonged to one group and now belongs to something else entirely. And the transition between those two states is so complete, so irreversible, that it doesn't feel like a change. It feels like erasure. A reminder that in Skyrim, some places don't just fall, they get replaced. And once that happens, there's nothing left to reclaim. Stillborn Cave doesn't try to hide what it is. The name alone already tells you that something went wrong here long before you ever step inside. But even with that warning, nothing really prepares you for how heavy the place feels once you're actually in it. It's not a large cave, not particularly complex, and on paper, it should be a quick stop. Clear the enemies, move on, forget it. But the moment you begin to notice what's scattered throughout its interior, it stops feeling like a standard location and starts feeling like something far more deliberate. Because Stillborn Cave isn't just another Falman nest or animal den. It's a place defined by what's left behind. The first thing that stands out is how quiet it feels, not silent in a literal sense. There are still enemies, still movement, but quiet in tone. There's no sense of activity beyond what's immediately in front of you, no suggestion that this place is functioning in any ongoing way. It feels static, like everything that needed to happen here already has. And that stillness makes the details stand out more, because the cave is filled with skeletons, remains of people who died here before. Not in the usual Skyrim way, where bones are scattered as part of the environment or tied to ancient ruins. These feel different. Their placement, their proximity to each other, the way they're grouped, it all suggests that they didn't just end up here randomly. There's a pattern to them, even if it isn't immediately obvious. Some are positioned as if they were together, others as if they were trying to move, to escape, to reach something. And that's where the unease starts to build, because these aren't just remains, they're traces of a moment that didn't end well. The more you move through the cave, the clearer that becomes. There's no sign of a structured settlement, no indication that this was a place people lived in for long. Instead, it feels like somewhere people ended up, a point they reached rather than a place they built. And that distinction matters, because it changes how you interpret what happened here. This wasn't a community that slowly declined. It was a group that arrived and then didn't leave. The presence of the Falmer deeper in the cave adds context, but not in a way that simplifies things. They're part of the environment, part of the danger, but they don't fully explain the arrangement of the skeletons. If anything, they complicate it. Because while the Falmer are clearly hostile, the state of the cave suggests something more drawn out than a single violent encounter. It doesn't feel like a battle. It feels like something slower, something that happened over time. The name Stillborn starts to carry more weight the longer you stay. It's not just a grim title, it feels descriptive, like whatever was meant to happen here never had the chance to fully exist. A group that never established itself, a journey that ended before it could become anything else. There's a sense of interruption to the entire space, like you're looking at something that was cut off before it had the chance to develop. And that creates a very specific kind of discomfort, because there's no resolution, no clear narrative that ties everything together, just an outcome. The skeletons themselves become the focus of that outcome. They're not hidden, not tucked away, they're part of the cave's identity. You can't move through the space without noticing them, without being reminded of them. And because of that, they start to feel less like background detail and more like the central element of the location. They are what define it. And the lack of explanation surrounding them is what makes them unsettling, because you're left to fill in the gaps yourself. Were these travelers, refugees, a group trying to escape something else? The game doesn't tell you. There are no journals, no direct clues, no single piece of evidence that gives you a clear answer. And that absence is intentional. It forces you to engage with the space differently, to look at what's there and try to understand it without being guided. That process of trying to reconstruct what happened without being given a clear narrative is what makes Stillborn Cave stick with you. The enemies are there, but they're not the focus. They don't define the experience. The remains do. because they don't change, they don't react, they just exist. And that existence creates a kind of permanence that's hard to ignore. Compared to other caves in Skyrim, which often revolve around a central story or a specific event, Stillborn Cave feels more fragmented. It doesn't present a complete picture. It gives you pieces and leaves the rest up to you. And because of that, the story you build in your head can end up being more unsettling than anything the game could have explicitly shown. That ambiguity is what gives the cave its impact, because it never fully resolves. You leave with the same questions you had when you entered, just with more context, more detail, more reason to think about them. Even the scale of the cave contributes to this. It's not expansive, not layered in the way larger dungeons are. Everything is relatively close together, which means the details aren't spread out. They're concentrated. You don't have long stretches of empty space between discoveries. Everything is immediate, present, unavoidable. And that makes it harder to distance yourself from. You can't just move past it, you have to move through it. The Falmer presence, while secondary to the overall tone, still plays an important role. They represent the current state of the cave, the continuation of something after whatever originally happened has already concluded. They don't explain the past, but they define the present. And that contrast between what was and what is adds another layer to that unease, because it suggests that the cave didn't just end. It was taken over, reused, repurposed. And whatever happened to the people who were here became part of the environment, something absorbed into the space rather than removed. When you compare Stillborn Cave to other traumatic caves in Skyrim, what stands out isn't just what happened, but how little of it is explained. In places like Tolvold's Cave, the trauma comes from unraveling a clear sequence of events. An expedition enters, paranoia builds, everything collapses within. You follow that descent step by step, almost reliving it as you move deeper. In Movarth's lair, the horror is structured, controlled. There's a system behind it, a clear cause and effect tied to a single figure pulling the strings. Liar's Retreat shows you the aftermath of a violent takeover, a moment where control is lost instantly and completely. Stillborn Cave doesn't give you any of that clarity. There's no defined timeline, no central figure, no single event you can point to and say, this is what happened. And that lack of structure makes it feel more unsettling in a different way. Where other caves guide your understanding, Stillborn Cave removes the guidance entirely. You're not retracing steps, you're guessing them. You're trying to build a narrative out of fragments that don't quite connect. And that uncertainty becomes part of the experience. It also differs in scale and intensity. Tolvold's Cave overwhelms you with complexity and pressure, constantly shifting and disorientating you. Liar's Retreat hits you with the immediacy of violence, a clear before and after that's impossible to ignore. Movarth's lair unsettles you through connection, tying the cave directly to a town and making the threat feel invasive. Stillborn Cave feels contained, but not in a comforting way, in a way that feels sealed off, like whatever happened here stayed here. It doesn't reach outward, doesn't connect to a larger system, doesn't build into something bigger. It just exists, isolated, holding on to its outcome without explanation. And that isolation is what makes it stand out, because it removes context, it removes resolution. It leaves you with something that doesn't expand the world. It just sits within it, unresolved. Compared to other caves which often feel like parts of larger stories, Stillborn Cave feels like a fragment that was never complete. And that incompleteness becomes its defining feature. It doesn't tell you what to think. It leaves you with just enough to realize that whatever happened here didn't follow a clean narrative. And that makes it harder to process, because there's nothing to anchor your understanding to. No beginning, no clear middle, just an end. And the remains of how it might have happened. That's what sets it apart. Not the scale, not the danger, but the absence of explanation. And that absence lingers far longer than any defined story ever could. Everything is constant, unchanging. And because of that, it anchors the entire experience. That's what makes Stillborn Cave one of the most traumatic caves in Skyrim. Not because it overwhelms you with danger, not because it presents a clear, dramatic story, but because it leaves you with something incomplete. A place where something ended without explanation, where people arrived and never left, where the only thing that remains is the evidence of that outcome. And no matter how long you spend there, no matter how closely you look, that outcome never becomes clearer. It just becomes heavier. Because sometimes the most unsettling places in Skyrim aren't the ones that tell you exactly what happened, but the ones that leave you with just enough to understand that whatever it was, it didn't end well. Darkfall Cave doesn't feel like a place you explore. It feels like a place you descend into, both physically and mentally. From the moment you step inside, there's a shift in tone that sets it apart from almost every other cave in Skyrim. It's not just darker, not just more isolated. It feels removed, like you've stepped out of the normal world and into something quieter, older, and far less defined. And that only deepens the further you go, because Darkfall Cave isn't just a cave, it's a transition. At first, it presents itself simply enough, a cold enclosed space with limited visibility, the kind of environment you've seen before, but almost immediately there's a sense that this place isn't meant to be navigated in the same way as others. The paths don't guide you clearly, the lighting is minimal, forcing you to rely on instinct rather than direction. And the deeper you move, the more the cave seems to open and close around you in ways that feel unpredictable. You're not just progressing, you're slipping further in. That lack of clarity is what defines the early part of Darkfall Cave. Unlike caves that establish a rhythm, enemy, corridor, room, repeat, this one disrupts that pattern entirely. Movement feels slower, more deliberate. You're constantly adjusting, trying to understand the layout, trying to stay orientated in a space that doesn't offer many clear points of reference. And then, just like usual, the Falmer appear. Their presence changes everything again, but not in the way you might expect. In other caves, Falmer encounters feel aggressive, immediate, designed to overwhelm. Here they feel quieter, more integrated into the environment. They don't just exist in the cave, they belong to it. They move through it with familiarity, navigating darkness and terrain with ease while you struggle to keep up. That contrast creates a different kind of tension. You're not just fighting enemies, you're out of place. The Falmer aren't the only threat though. Charles lurk deeper within, adding another layer of unpredictability that keeps you from ever feeling settled. Their sudden appearances, their movement through the environment, it all reinforces the idea that this cave isn't structured for you. It's structured around something else, something that existed here long before you arrived. And as you move further in, the cave begins to change, subtly at first. The tight and closed space begins to open up. The darkness shifts, giving way to faint light. The environment transitions from oppressive to something almost surreal. You start to hear water, see reflections, notice details that weren't present before. And then eventually, you reach the Forgotten Vale. That moment is where Darkfall Cave reveals what it really is. Not just a location, but a passage, a boundary between one space and another. And that transition is what makes it so unsettling, because everything leading up to it feels like a descent into something unknown, something disconnected from the rest of Skyrim. And when you finally emerge into the Vale, the contrast doesn't feel like relief, it feels disorienting. The open space, the light, the scale of the area, it all comes so suddenly that it's hard to process. You don't feel like you've arrived somewhere new. You feel like you've crossed into something differently entirely. That shift recontextualizes the entire cave. It wasn't just a dungeon you cleared. It was a path you followed, one that led you somewhere you couldn't have reached any other way. And because of that, everything inside the cave takes on a different meaning. The darkness isn't just atmosphere, it's separation. The confusion isn't just design, it's transition. The enemies aren't just obstacles, they're part of the boundary. And that boundary is what makes Darkfall Cave one of the most traumatic caves in Skyrim. Not because of what happens inside it, but because of where it takes you. That sense of transition becomes even clearer when you compare Darkfall Cave to places like Gloomreach and Chillwind Depths. Because both of these caves approach Falmer territory in a completely different way. Gloomreach, for example, is expansive, open in a subterranean sense, and filled with bioluminescent mushrooms that create an eerie but strangely readable environment. You can see where you're going, you can understand the scale of the space. Even though it's dangerous, it feels established. like a place that exists on its own terms, with a clear identity and a visible ecosystem. The Falmer there feel rooted. They've adapted the environment, built around it, and made it their own in a way that feels almost stable, even if it's hostile. Chillwind Depths operates similarly, though in a more enclosed and oppressive way. It's darker, tighter, and more suffocating, but it follows a recognizable structure. You descend deeper, encounter stronger resistance, and gradually uncover more of what lies beneath. The presence of Falmer and Charles builds in intensity, but it's consistent. You understand the progression, even if it's uncomfortable. It feels like a place you're meant to conquer, step by step, layer by layer. Darkfall Cave doesn't follow either of those patterns. It doesn't feel established like Gloomreach. It doesn't feel structured like Chillwind Depths. Instead, it feels in between. Where Gloomreach invites you to observe its environment, and Chillwind Depths forces you to push through it, Darkfall Cave keeps you uncertain the entire time. Visibility is limited, but not in a way that creates straightforward tension. It creates disorientation. The paths don't clearly signal progression, and the environment don't stabilize long enough for you to feel like you've adapted to it. And the Falmer reflect that difference. In Gloomreach, they feel like inhabitants. In Chillwind Depths, they feel like defenders. And in Darkfall Cave, they feel like part of the transition itself. They don't just occupy the space, they reinforce its instability. They appear in ways that feel less predictable, less tied to territory, and more tied to movement. You don't get the sense that you're clearing areas or gaining control. You're just passing through spaces where they already existed. That lack of control is what separates Darkfall Cave from the others. In both Gloomreach and Chillwind Depths, there's a sense that you're progressing towards something, an endpoint, a goal, a resolution. The caves feel like complete experiences, contained within themselves. Darkfall Cave, on the other hand, never feels complete on its own. It feels like part of something larger, something that extends beyond its boundaries. And that's what makes it so different, because it's not trying to be a destination, it's trying to move you somewhere else, which makes everything inside it feel less like a challenge to overcome, and more like a space you have to endure long enough to pass through. It doesn't tell you a story, it literally puts you inside one. And that story isn't about survival or conflict, it's about movement, about leaving one place and arriving in another, without fully understanding what lies between them. That's what lingers, not the enemies, not the layout, but the feeling of crossing something, of moving through a space that exists not for its own sake, but as a connection between two worlds. And once you've experienced that, it changes how you see caves in Skyrim, because it shows that they don't all serve the same purpose. Some are destinations, some are challenges, and some, like Darkfall Cave, are something else entirely. A passage, a threshold, a place that doesn't just exist on its own, but exists to take you somewhere you weren't meant to reach easily. And that's what ultimately makes it traumatic. Not because it overwhelms you, but because it removes your sense of control, your sense of place, and replaces it with something uncertain, something transitional, something that doesn't fully belong to the world you thought you understood. And by the time you come out the other side, you don't just feel like you've completed a cave. You feel like you've passed through something that changed the space around you and your place within it. Skyrim is a land built on myth, power, and conflict. Its mountains are tall, its holds proud, and its ruins ancient. But beneath its snow-covered peaks and stone cities lies a darker world, a world of secret rituals, forgotten gods, and the remnants of people who have never truly let go of their old forbidden faiths. Among these shadowed places, none are quite as unsettling as Wolfskull Cave. Hidden in the cliffs west of Solitude, Wolfskull Cave is more than just another dungeon. It's a wound in the world, a reminder that even the proud and orderly imperial capital is built on something twisted and restless. Inside, necromancers gather, chanting in the dark, their voices echoing through the hollow bones of the earth. Their goal? To bring back Potema Septim, the Wolf Queen of Solitude, a woman so vile, so consumed by ambition and death, that even in death she refused to stay gone. To understand why Wolf Skull Cave is so disturbing, one must first understand the figure whose legacy it preserves. Protima Septim, the Wolf Queen. Protima was not merely an evil ruler. She was a force of nature, a storm in human form. The daughter of Pelagius II and the aunt of the Emperor Uriel Septim III, she manipulated the very empire from within, sowing chaos in pursuit of power. Her reign of influence was one of deceit, war, and black sorcery. Even in death, her name lingered like a curse, whispered through the catacombs of solitude. The legends say she could speak to the dead. Others claim she fed on their souls. When she finally died, her body was entombed deep beneath solitude. But her spirit, her will, refused to fade. Centuries later, necromancers sought to bring her back, choosing Wolf Skull Cave as the place of her resurrection. The choice was deliberate. This cave, carved into the bones of an ancient hill, feels alive. The walls breathe, the air hums with magic, and every echo sounds like a whisper. It's a place where death never truly rests. What makes Wolf Skull Cave so unsettling isn't what happens inside, it's where it is. The cave sits just west of Solitude, the capital of Skyrim, a city ruled by imperial authority, guarded by soldiers and seen as a beacon of order and civilization. Yet mere minutes from its gates lies a pit of blasphemy, a necromantic cult openly conducting rituals to resurrect a centuries-old queen of evil. The proximity is disturbing. It suggests that darkness in Skyrim is not distant. It thrives right under the noses of the powerful. While nobles feast in the Blue Palace and merchants trade in Solitude Square, the dead are being awakened in the hills nearby. It's this contrast between civilization and corruption that makes Wolf Skull Cave so haunting. It's not just a place of danger, it's a reminder that Skyrim's peace is fragile, its light barely holding back the shadows. When the Dragonborn enters Wolf Skull Cave during the quest The Man Who Cried Wolf, they find something few players forget. Deep inside, a massive cavern opens, a chasm lit by blue magical fire. Necromancers stand on platforms carved from stone, chanting in unison, their voices weaving through the air like smoke. Lightning crackles, bones rattle, and in the center, above a pit of spectral energy, a ghostly figure begins to form. "Return, O Wolf Queen, return to us," they cry. This is the summoning of Protima, a ritual of resurrection so powerful it shakes the very cave itself. The player witnesses the spectral outline of her spirit, clawing her way back toward the mortal realm, her laugh echoing across the stone walls. Even when the Dragonborn disrupts the ritual, it's too late. The ritual succeeds partially. Protima returns as a restless spirit, her essence scattered across the crypts of Solitude. Unlike many of Skyrim's caves, Wolf Skull Cave feels deliberate. It's not a mine nor a natural tunnel system. It does feel built, as though someone long ago carved it out with intention. The stone is unnaturally smooth in places, and certain chambers bear the marks of old rituals. Torches flicker blue, chains hang from the ceiling, ancient runes faintly glow when light passes over them. It's unclear whether the necromancers chose this cave for its seclusion or because it was already tainted. Some believe it was once a temple to Daedric forces, possibly Molag Bal or Namira. Others think Protima herself may have used it during her lifetime as a site of dark experiments. Whatever the truth, its architecture tells a story. This place was meant for worship, for sacrifice, and for secrecy. The deeper you go, the more it feels like the mountain itself wants to swallow you whole. Wolf Skull Cave is filled with sound, whispers, wind, the hum of necromantic energy. But there's something else, something quieter, yet more disturbing. Presence. When walking through its corridors, players often describe feeling watched. The shadows seem thicker than they should ever be. The chanting doesn't always stop when you defeat the necromancers. Sometimes, even after the ritual ends, Faint echoes of her laughter can still be heard. This isn't imagination, it's environmental storytelling. The designers of Skyrim created Wolfskull Cave to feel haunted. Even without ghosts or monsters, the atmosphere alone creates unease. The lighting is pale and sickly, the geometry is claustrophobic, funneling you ever downward. The air is filled with faint dust motes like ash. It's as if the cave itself resents your presence, as though you are trespassing in a sacred tomb that wants to remain undisturbed. Although the player stops the initial summoning in The Man Who Cried Wolf, Potter's resurrection cannot be undone. Later, during the quest, the Wolf Queen awakened. You must enter her catacombs beneath Solitude to finish what the necromancers began, to destroy what they revived. This narrative thread, however, always leads back to Wolfskull Cave. It's where it started. It's where the boundary between life and death was first perceived. What's chilling is that even though you cleanse Solitude of Potter's influence, Wolfskull Cave remains. The necromancers may be dead, but the energy lingers. The torches still burn. The cave never resets to normal wildlife like other dungeons. It remains forever marked as though the ritual carved a scar into the land itself. Wolfskull Cave is no longer just a location. It's a symptom of something deeper, Skyrim's inability to let go of its past. Why Wolfskull? The name itself carries weight. Wolves in Nordic mythology are creatures of death and inevitability. They represent the wild, the uncontainable, the devourer of the sun at the end of the world. To add skull to that image creates something doubly grim, a symbol of both savagery and mortality. The Wolf Queen herself embraced that symbol. Her followers often referred to her as the wolf among the sheep, the devourer of kings. In resurrecting her, the necromancers sought to awaken not just her power, but her spirit and her hunger. Thus, Wolfskull Cave becomes a shrine not just to Pottermore, but to the concept of corruption itself. It's where the civilized world's mask slips, revealing the beast beneath. What truly makes Wolfskull Cave disturbing is not just its lore, but its psychological weight. It's not filled with jump scares or overwhelming enemies. It's filled with implication. Everything about it suggests desecration. The bones piled high, the blood-stained altars, the ritual chambers echoing with phantom chants. Even when empty, the place feels alive, as though the walls remember the horrors committed within them. Skyrim has many dangerous dungeons, but few feel as morally wrong as Wolfskull Cave. Here, death isn't just an accident of war or survival, a deliberate perversion of the natural order. That makes it one of the most disturbing locations in all of Skyrim, not because of monsters, but because of human evil. Wolfskull Cave stands as one of Skyrim's most disturbing locations because it's not about what's alive, it's about what refuses to stay dead. Potter's laughter may have faded, her bones may have crumbled, but her spirit lingers in the darkness. The cave remains silent and waiting, like a wound that never quite closes. Skyrim is full of monsters, bandits and beasts, but only in Wolfskull Cave does evil feel so human, and that is what makes it truly terrifying. Wolfskull Cave is not just a place of death. It's a reminder that in Skyrim, some nightmares don't end, they endure. When you look at all of these caves together, what really stands out isn't just how dangerous they are, it's how differently they leave an impact on you. Because traumatic in Skyrim doesn't come from difficulty alone, it comes from what you walk away thinking about after you've left. Some caves overwhelm you with pressure. They confuse you, wear you down, make you feel like you're losing control the deeper you go. Others hit you with the aftermath of something that already happened, places where the story is finished, and all that's left is the evidence of how badly it ended. And then there are caves that don't give you answers at all. They leave gaps, fragments, just enough for you to understand that something went wrong, but not enough to ever fully piece it together. That's what makes them stick. Because you're not just fighting through enemies, you're experiencing something that lingers beyond the moment. One cave might trap you in a slow collapse, where everything falls apart from the inside. Another might show you what it looks like when something is overtaken completely, replaced without a trace of what came before. Some feel personal, small, contained, while others feel like transitions, like you're passing through something that isn't meant to be understood in a single visit. And the key thing they all share, they don't resolve cleanly. You finish them, you leave, but they don't feel finished. There's always something left behind, an image, a detail, a question that doesn't quite settle. And that's what separates these caves from the rest of Skyrim. Most locations are designed to be completed, understood, moved on from. These aren't. They stay with you because they don't give you closure, because they rely on you to connect the dots, to interpret what you saw, to sit with the implications, instead of being told exactly what to think. And once you've experienced enough of them, it changes how you explore the rest of Skyrim. You stop rushing, you start paying attention. You notice details you might have ignored before, because you realize that some of the darkest parts of Skyrim aren't hidden behind bosses or locked doors. They're hidden in plain sight, in spaces between fights, in the things the game doesn't explain, and in the quiet realization that sometimes the most traumatic places aren't the ones that challenge you the most, but the ones that leave you with something you can't quite shake, even after you're gone. Skyrim is filled with towns that feel alive. Busy markets, warm inns, places where people gather and life moves forward. You walk in, hear conversations, see routines, and it all feels grounded. But not every town gives you that feeling. Some places feel off. At first, it's subtle. The buildings look the same, the layout feels familiar, and nothing immediately stands out. But then you start to notice the small things. The way people speak, the lack of movement, the strange tension in the air that doesn't quite go away. It's not danger, not in the obvious sense. It's something quieter, a feeling that something isn't right beneath the surface, that there's more going on than what you're being shown. And the longer you stay, the more that feeling builds, turning simple moments into something uncomfortable. These are the towns that don't need chaos or conflict to stand out. They just need time. Morthal doesn't try to impress you when you first arrive, and that's exactly what makes it so unsettling. There's no grand entrance, no bustling market, no sense of energy or movement that defines so many other towns in Skyrim. Instead, you're met with silence. Not complete silence, but the kind that feels heavy, like it's pressing down on everything around you. The marsh stretches out in every direction, grey and lifeless with fog that never quite lifts. The buildings feel worn, almost forgotten, and the people don't feel entirely present. It's as if Morthal exists slightly removed from the rest of Skyrim, disconnected in a way that goes beyond geography. What makes Morthal so effective as an unsettling location isn't any one dramatic event, it's the atmosphere. From the moment you step into the town, there's a sense that something is wrong. Even if you can't immediately explain why, the environment plays a huge role in this. The swamp surrounding Morthal isn't just visually bleak, it's oppressive. The muted colours, the constant haze, the lack of clear visibility all contribute to a feeling of uncertainty. You can't see far, you can't fully orient yourself, and that lack of clarity seeps into how the town feels as a whole. Unlike places like Whiterun or Solitude, where the layout is open and quite easy to navigate, Morthal feels closed in despite being surrounded by open land. The swamp doesn't feel like space, it feels like a barrier, something that isolates the town rather than connecting it to the world. And that isolation is reflected in the people who live there. The residents of Morthal don't behave in the same grounded, routine-driven way you see elsewhere. There's a distance to them, a kind of detachment that makes interactions feel slightly off. Conversations don't flow naturally, reactions feel muted or delayed. It's subtle but noticeable. The sense that everyone is carrying something beneath the surface, something they're not saying. And as you spend more time there, that feeling only deepens. Jarl Idgrod Ravencrone embodies this perfectly. She's one of the most unusual leaders in Skyrim, not because she's outwardly hostile or corrupt, but but because she feels disconnected from reality in a way that's hard to define. She speaks about visions, about seeing things others can't, about understanding the swamp in ways that go beyond normal perception. And while that could easily be dismissed as eccentricity, the way it's presented doesn't feel exaggerated. It feels grounded, just enough to be believable. That's what makes it unsettling. You're never quite sure if she's wrong or if she's seeing something that you're not. And that uncertainty spreads to the rest of the town. Because if the person in charge operates on a different understanding of reality, what does that really mean for everyone else? It creates a quiet tension that never fully resolves. You don't feel safe, but you also don't feel directly threatened either. You're just aware that things aren't as straightforward as they seem. This feeling is reinforced by the central event tied to Morthal, the burned house, and the mystery surrounding it. On the surface, it's a tragedy, a home destroyed, a family lost. But the way the town reacts to it is what makes it stand out. There's hesitation, avoidance, a reluctance to fully acknowledge what happened. It's not just grief, it's discomfort. Like people know more than they're willing to say. And as you begin to investigate, that discomfort turns into something darker. The revelation of vampirism within the town doesn't come as a sudden shock. It feels like a confirmation of something that was already there. The unease you felt from the beginning starts to make sense. But it doesn't make things better. If anything, it makes Morthal feel even more unstable. Because now you know that the threat isn't external. It's embedded within the town itself. That's a key part of what makes Morthal so unsettling compared to other locations. In many places, danger comes from outside. Bandits, dragons, enemies you can identify and confront. In Morthal, the danger feels internal, hidden, integrated into the everyday life of the town. And even after resolving the quest, that doesn't fully go away. The town doesn't really transform. It doesn't become lively or welcoming. It stays quiet. And that persistence is important because it suggests that the nature of Morthal isn't just tied to a single event. It's part of the place itself. The swamp, the people, the atmosphere, they all contribute to something that doesn't change easily. Even smaller details reinforce this. The lack of activity, the limited number of residents, the absence of the usual distractions you find in other towns. All of it creates a sense of emptiness. Not the peaceful kind, but the kind that feels like something is missing. Like there should be more, but there isn't. And that absence becomes its own presence. You notice what isn't there just as much as what is. There's also a strange stillness to Morthal that sets it apart. Time feels slower, not in a relaxing way, but in a way that makes every moment feel slightly stretched. Walking through the town doesn't feel like passing through. It feels like lingering, like you're staying longer than you intended. Even if you're just moving from one building to another, and the longer you stay, the more that initial unease settles into something more defined. Not fear exactly, but awareness. A sense that you're somewhere that doesn't fully align with the rest of Skyrim itself. That operates on slightly different roles, slightly different logic. And while nothing may happen in that moment, the potential for something to be wrong is always there. That's what makes Morthal stand out among Skyrim's towns. It doesn't rely on spectacle or obvious danger to create an impression. It uses restraint, atmosphere, subtle shifts in tone and behaviour that build over time rather than hitting you all at once. When you compare that to a place like Whiterun, the difference becomes immediately clear. Whiterun feels open, structured, and alive in a way that naturally puts you at ease. The city is elevated both physically and symbolically, sitting above the plains with clear visibility in every direction. You can see what's coming, you can understand the layout, and there's a constant sense of movement. Guards patrolling, merchants calling out, people going about their routines. Everything feels grounded and predictable. Morthal offers none of that. Where Whiterun is bright and exposed, Morthal is dim and obscured. The fog replaces clarity, the swamp replaces structure, and the sense of openness is traded for isolation. In Whiterun, you feel like part of a functioning system. In Morthal, you feel like an outsider stepping into something you don't fully understand. Even the leadership reflects this contrast. Bolgruff is direct, practical, and easy to read. His concerns are clear, his decisions grounded. Idgrod Ravencrone, on the other hand, speaks in visions and impressions, leaving you uncertain about what she truly knows. That difference alone shifts how each city feels to exist in. One stable and defined, the other unpredictable and vague. It's not just about safety, it's about certainty as well. Whiterun gives you that, Morthal quietly takes it away. It's not a place you visit for excitement, it's a place you remember because of how it made you feel. Uncertain, uncomfortable, slightly out of place. And even after you leave, that feeling lingers, because Morthal isn't unsettling in a way that resolves cleanly. There's no clear moment where everything makes sense, no definitive point where the tension disappears. It stays with you, tied to the memory of that fog, that silence, that quiet sense that something just wasn't right. In a game full of dramatic locations and obvious threats, Morthal proves that you don't need chaos to create unease. Sometimes all it takes is a town that feels just slightly wrong, and never quite explains why. Dawnstar feels wrong in a way that's hard to shake, even before you understand why. On the surface, it's just another coastal town in Skyrim, cold, quiet, and shaped by the harsh environment around it. The Sea of Ghosts stretches endlessly beside it, grey and unforgiving, while snow blankets the ground in a way that dulls colour and sound alike. It should feel like a place defined by resilience, like Winterhold or Windhelm in its own way, but it doesn't. Instead, Dawnstar carries a kind of quiet exhaustion, as if the town itself is worn down by something it can't escape. And the longer you stay, the clearer it becomes that this isn't just about the cold or the isolation. It's about something far more unsettling, something that lingers beneath the surface and affects everyone who lives there. The first thing you notice is the mood. Dawnstar doesn't feel alive in the same way other towns do. There's movement, there are people going about their routines, but it all feels muted. Conversations lack energy, interactions feel strained, and there's a shared sense of unease that runs through almost every character you speak to. It's not panic or fear in the traditional sense, it's fatigue, a kind of collective weariness that suggests something has been wrong for a long time. And that feeling is reinforced almost immediately by the town's central issue, the nightmares. Unlike many of Skyrim's problems, which are external and visible, Dawnstar's struggle is internal. The townspeople aren't being attacked by bandits or threatened by dragons. They're being worn down in their sleep. Night after night, they experience the same reoccurring nightmares, leaving them restless, irritable, and increasingly desperate. It's a threat that doesn't leave physical marks, but the impact is undeniable. People are tired, frustrated, on the edge. And there's no clear escape from it. That's what makes it so unsettling. Sleep is supposed to be a refuge, a moment of peace between the dangers of the world. In Dawnstar, that refuge has been taken away. The one place where people should feel safe has been compromised. And because of that, the entire town feels unstable, not in a chaotic way, but in a way that suggests something fundamental has been disrupted. You can see it in how people talk. They're short with each other, dismissive, irritated in ways that feel deeper than simple frustration. It's as if the lack of rest is slowly eroding the structure of the town itself. Relationships feel strained, patience is thin, and there's a sense that things could unravel if the situation continues long enough. When you begin to investigate, the cause of these nightmares reveals itself to be tied to Vermina, the Daedric prince of dreams and nightmares. And that revelation doesn't bring relief at all, it deepens that unease. Because unlike many Daedric influences in Skyrim, which manifest through physical artifacts or direct confrontation, Vermina's presence is intangible. She doesn't need to appear openly. She doesn't need to threaten the town in a visible way. She's already inside it. That idea alone shifts how Dawnstar feels. The threat isn't something you can see or fight in the streets. It's something that exists in a space you can't fully access. And even when you enter Nightcaller Temple to confront the source, the experience reinforces the sense of disconnection. The use of dreams, memories, and altered states of perception blurs the line between what's real and what isn't. And when you return to Dawnstar, that line doesn't fully settle back into place. Because even though the quest provides a resolution, the feeling of intrusion doesn't completely disappear. The knowledge that something could reach into people's minds, control their experiences, and reshape their perception of reality lingers. It changes how you see the town, not just as a place that was affected, but as a place that can be affected in ways that aren't immediately visible. That's a different kind of unease than what you find in places like Morthal. Morthal feels wrong because of its atmosphere, its isolation, its quiet tension. Dawnstar feels wrong because of what's happening beneath the surface. Because of the idea that the people there are not fully in control of their own thoughts. And that idea is hard to shake. Even outside of the Nightmare questline, Dawnstar carries a sense of incompleteness. It's a smaller town, lacking the structure and variety of larger cities. There are fewer distractions, fewer places to go, fewer things to anchor your experience. That emptiness amplifies everything else. There's less to pull your attention away from the underlying tension, less to break up the monotony of the environment. And obviously, the cold doesn't help either. Unlike the dramatic snowstorms of other regions, Dawnstar's environment feels flat and persistent. The snow isn't dynamic, it's constant. The sky often feels overcast, the lighting muted, and the overall tone subdued. It creates a visual consistency that borders on stagnation, reinforcing the idea that nothing here really changes. And that sense of repetition isn't just environmental, it's reflected in the people who live there, each of them carrying a different piece of the town's unease. The Jarl is one of the clearest examples of how deeply the nightmares affected Dawnstar. He's already a rigid and uncompromising leader, but the lack of sleep pushes him further into instability. His dialogue feels sharper, more erratic, less grounded than it should be for someone in his position. There's a sense that his judgment is slipping, and the constant exhaustion is eroding whatever stability he once had. And because he's the Jarl, that instability doesn't stay contained. It influences the entire town. Leadership in Skyrim is often a source of structure, something that keeps a settlement grounded even in difficult times. In Dawnstar, that structure feels weakened. Skald isn't just tired, he feels like someone being slowly worn down. And there's no clear point where that decline stops. Then there's Erendar, who introduces a completely different layer to the town's identity. Unlike the others, he understands what's happening, at least to an extent. As a former priest of Vermina, he has a direct connection to the force causing the nightmares, and that connection changes how he carries himself. There's guilt there, but also urgency. He doesn't speak like someone guessing at the problem, he speaks like someone who's seen it before and knows how dangerous it can become. That makes him feel out of place in Dawnstar in a very specific way. While the rest of the town is confused and exhausted, Erendar is focused, driven by something deeper. But that clarity doesn't bring comfort, it reinforces the seriousness of the situation. If someone like him is concerned, then whatever is happening isn't just unusual, it's significant. There's also Arundel, who isn't physically present in Dawnstar anymore, but whose connection to it adds one of the darkest undertones in the entire region. Banished from the town and now residing in Ljungvild, his story reflects a different kind of corruption, one that isn't tied to dreams, but to obsession and decay. The fact that someone like Arundel came from Dawnstar, that his story branches out from this already unsettling place, adds to the sense that something about the area itself fosters instability. His actions in Ljungvild are extreme, disturbing, and completely detached from normal behaviour. And while he's no longer part of the town, his origin ties that darkness back to it. It suggests that unease in Dawnstar isn't isolated to the present moment. It has roots that extend outward, influencing events and people beyond its borders. When you compare that to Morthal, the difference in how each town creates unease becomes much clearer. Morthal's discomfort is environmental. It surrounds you the moment you arrive. The fog, the swamp, the silence, the strange behaviour of its people. It all works together to create a feeling that something is off, even before you understand why. It's immediate, almost instinctive. Dawnstar, on the other hand, builds its unease more gradually. At first, it just feels tired, worn down by cold and isolation. But the longer you stay, the more that surface level exhaustion reveals something deeper. Morthal feels distant, like it exists slightly outside the rest of Skyrim. Dawnstar feels connected, but infected. The problem isn't that it's cut off from the world, it's that something has taken hold within it. In Morthal, the danger feels hidden in the environment and the unknown. In Dawnstar, it's inside the people themselves, shaping how they think, how they act, and how they experience reality. That's what separates them both. Morthal makes you uneasy because of where you are. Dawnstar makes you uneasy because of what's happening, and the fact that it's happening somewhere it shouldn't. Together, Dawnstar and the characters within it create a layered sense of discomfort. It's not just that the town is affected by nightmares, it's that different people are responding to that pressure in different, increasingly unstable ways. Leadership falters, past connections resurface, and darker history begin to feel more relevant. Dawnstar doesn't just feel tired, it feels like it's slowly unravelling. And that ties back into everything else, because just like the environment, the tension repeats over and over again. There's no variation, no progression, just the same underlying unease, expressed through different people, different moments, different conversations. That repetition becomes part of the town's identity. It's not just something that happens, it's something that defines how Dawnstar feels. And that's really what makes Dawnstar so unsettling. It's not loud, it's not chaotic, it doesn't confront you with obvious danger. Instead, it creates a persistent sense that something is wrong in a way you can't fully control or escape. The people feel it even if they don't understand it. The environment reflects it even if it doesn't really explain it. And as a player, you experience it not through sudden events, but through accumulation, small details, repeated interactions, a tone that never quite lifts. It's the kind of place where relief doesn't come from solving a problem, because even when the problem is gone, the feeling remains. That lingering unease is what sets Dawnstar apart. It doesn't rely on a single moment or revelation to create impact. It builds slowly through atmosphere, through implication, through the idea that the mind itself can become a battleground. And once that idea takes hold, it changes how you see everything else. Because if something can't reach you there, then nowhere ever feels completely safe. Roekstead is one of those places in Skyrim that doesn't immediately announce itself as unsettling. And that's exactly why it works. On the surface, it's calm, quiet, even welcoming in a way that feels almost out of place in a province defined by conflict and harsh environments. Golden fields stretch out around it, crops grow in abundance, and the town itself feels stable in a way that nearby regions often aren't. It's small, simple, and seemingly untouched by the chaos that affects so much of Skyrim. But the longer you stay, the more that calm starts to feel unnatural. Not peaceful, but just unnatural. Because in a land where farming is difficult, where weather is unpredictable, and where most settlements struggle to sustain themselves, Roekstead doesn't just survive, it thrives. And that's where the unease begins. The first thing that stands out is the land itself. Roekstead shouldn't be as fertile as it is. The surrounding region isn't known for rich farmland, and yet the crops here grow consistently, reliably, almost effortlessly. There's no visible struggle, no signs of the hardship that usually comes with agriculture in Skyrim. Everything just works. And while that might sound like a success story on paper, in the context of the world it feels off. Because nothing in Skyrim comes that easily. That sense of something being too good lingers as you interact with the people who live there. Rorik, the town's founder, is at the centre of it all. He's presented as a former soldier who carved out a life for himself after years of conflict. Someone who turned a barren piece of land into a thriving farm through determination and effort. It's a straightforward story, one that fits neatly into Skyrim's broader themes of resilience and survival. But like everything else in Roekstead, there's a subtle tension beneath it. The story is almost too clean, too simple. It explains the outcome, but not the process in a way that feels entirely convincing. And that's where the questions start to form. Because Roek isn't the only one tied to the land's success. There are hints, small, easily overlooked details that suggest something else might be at play. Manette, for example, stands out immediately. He's not a farmer, not a labourer, not someone who fits naturally into the rhythm of a small agriculture town. He's a Breton with knowledge of magic. and his presence in Roekstead feels deliberate. More importantly, his dialogue and associations hint at something deeper, something tied to rituals, to knowledge that doesn't quite align with simple farming. It's never stated outright, but it doesn't need to be. The implication is enough. That implication that something unnatural might be sustaining Roekstead transforms how the entire town feels. The Golden Fields stop looking like a success story and start looking like a result. The prosperity stops feeling earned and starts feeling arranged. And once that idea takes hold, it's hard to see the town in the same way again. The NPCs reinforce this feeling in subtle but important ways. There's a lack of curiosity, a lack of questioning about why things are the way they are. People accept the prosperity as normal, even though it stands in contrast to the rest of Skyrim. That acceptance creates a kind of quiet tension. It's not that the townspeople are hiding something, they just don't seem to ask the questions that feel obvious to an outsider. And that in itself is unsettling, because it suggests either ignorance or complicity. Eric the Slayer, my follower, adds another layer to this. He's one of the more memorable NPCs in the town, dreaming of adventure, wanting to leave Roekstead and experience the wider world. On the surface, he represents a familiar archetype, the young dreamer looking beyond his small beginnings. But in the context of Roekstead, his desire to leave feels different. It feels like an instinct, a pull away from something he doesn't fully understand. His father's reluctance to let him go can be read as concern, but it also reinforces the idea that Roekstead is a place where people don't easily leave. Not because they can't, but because something keeps them there. Even the children in Roekstead contribute to that unease. There are subtle implications again, never fully confirmed, that something about the town affects them differently. Dialogue hints at strange patterns, at behaviours that don't quite align with what you'd expect. It's never explicit, never fully explained, but it adds to the growing sense that Roekstead isn't just a normal settlement with good soil. It's something else. And that something else is what defines the town's unsettling nature. Because when you start pulling together all the scattered hints, small inconsistencies, and bits of dialogue, Roekstead begins to feel less like a simple farming village, and more like something carefully constructed, something sustained by forces that aren't openly acknowledged. One of the most widely discussed interpretations is the idea of a Daedric bargain, most often tied to Clavicus Vile. The logic behind it is simple but effective. Roekstead's success is too consistent, too reliable to be natural. In a province where even the most established farms struggle against the elements, this one settlement somehow produces perfect results year after year. That kind of stability doesn't just happen, and in Skyrim, when something feels too perfect, Daedric influence is never far behind. Ideal for prosperity, crops that never fail, land that always provides, would fit perfectly within Clavicus Vile's sphere of influence. But like all Daedric bargains, it wouldn't come without a cost. And that's where the darker theories begin to take shape. One of the most disturbing ideas surrounding Roekstead is the possibility of sacrifice, specifically the suggestion that the town's prosperity is maintained through the loss of women or children. It sounds extreme at first, but there are small, uncomfortable details that keep the idea from being dismissed entirely. There's an unusually high number of widowers in the town, men who speak of deceased wives with a kind of quiet finality. Lemkill in particular stands out, not just because he's harsh, but because of how openly he expresses disdain towards his daughters. It's not just frustration, it feels deeper, colder, more unsettling. When you place that behaviour alongside the broader pattern of missing or absent women, it starts to form a question that the game never directly answers. Where did they actually go? Nothing confirms this theory outright, but nothing fully dismisses it either, and that ambiguity is what gives it weight. Then there's Yuan Minette, whose role becomes increasingly suspicious the more you look at it. Officially, he's just a healer, someone who tends to the people and supports the community. But his background in magic, combined with his presence in a town that otherwise revolves around farming, raises questions. Why is he there? What exactly is he doing beyond basic healing? Dialogue from Sissel suggests that he may be teaching her magic in secret, which on its own isn't inherently sinister, but in the context of everything else, it adds another layer of unease. If Yuan is connected to the land's fertility, If he's maintaining it through magical means, then what kind of magic is he using? Restoration doesn't explain thriving crops. And if it's something more, then where did he learn it? That question ties back into Roic himself, because his story doesn't fully line up either. He claims to have founded Roickstead after the Great War, presenting himself as a soldier who turned to farming and built something new from nothing. It's a clean, believable narrative, but it's not entirely supported by in-game lore. References like holdings of Jarl Jarland suggests that Roickstead existed long before Roic arrived, which introduces a contradiction. If the town is older than he claims, then what exactly did he find, and why present the story that way? It creates the possibility that Roic isn't just a farmer who got lucky, but someone who stepped into something that was already there and continued it. When you put all of these elements together, the unnatural fertility, the presence of a magically inclined outsider, the inconsistencies in Roic's story, the strange patterns among the townspeople, you don't get a single clear answer, you get a framework, a collection of possibilities that all point in the same direction, even if none of them are confirmed outright. And that's what makes it so effective, because the game never tells you what Roickstead is, it lets you decide what it might be. And depending on how you interpret that evidence, that answer can become increasingly disturbing. Unlike Morthal, where the atmosphere immediately signals that something is wrong, or Dawnstar, where the problem becomes clear through nightmares, Roickstead hides its unease behind anomalacy. It presents itself as stable, successful, even ideal, but that presentation feels increasingly fragile the more you look at it. Because the more you question it, the less it holds up under scrutiny. Why is the land so fertile? Why is someone like Yuan there? Why does everything feel so controlled, so consistent? And why does no one seem to question it? These questions don't have clear answers, and they might never get them, and that's part of what makes Roickstead so effective. The game never confirms anything directly. It leaves you with fragments, with hints, with connections that you have to piece together yourself. And depending on how you interpret those pieces, the town can feel anywhere from slightly unusual to deeply disturbing. Once all these possibilities exists, it changes everything, because now every golden field becomes a suspect. Every successful harvest feels like it might have a hidden price. Every smiling NPC feels like they might be part of something they don't fully understand, or something they've chosen not to question. That's a very different kind of unease than what you find in other towns. It's not about danger, it's about doubt. Roickstead doesn't threaten you directly, it doesn't present an immediate problem to solve. It simply exists, quietly, confidently, as if everything is exactly as it should be. And that confidence is what makes it so unsettling, because it leaves no room for obvious cracks, only subtle ones that you have to notice yourself. Even the environment plays into this, the open fields, the clear skies, the warm tones. They all contrast sharply within the darker, harsher regions of Skyrim. It feels like a place that should be safe, should be comfortable, but that contrast ends up amplifying the unease rather than reducing it, because it feels like an exception to the rules of the world, and exceptions always raise questions. The longer you stay in Roickstead, the more that initial sense of calm gives way to something else. Not fear, not tension in the traditional sense, but a lingering uncertainty, a feeling that there's more beneath the surface, more than you're being shown, more than the game is willing to confirm. And that's what makes it so memorable, because it doesn't resolve. There's no quest that fully explains the town, no moment where everything is revealed and the mystery disappears. Roickstead remains what it is, a place that works, a place that thrives, a place that doesn't quite make sense. And that lack of resolution is what allows the unease to persist. Because without answers, the questions stay with you, long after you've left the town behind. In a world filled with dragons, Daedric priests, and obvious threats, Roickstead proves that sometimes the most unsettling places aren't the ones that confront you directly. They're the ones that seem perfectly fine, until you actually start thinking about them. Karth Wasten is one of those settlements in Skyrim that doesn't immediately present itself as unsettling, in the way places like Morthal, Dawnstar, or Roickstead do, but instead reveals its discomfort gradually through context, history, and implication. On the surface, it looks like a simple mining village, tucked away in the Reach, built around the extraction of silver from nearby cliffs, and sustained by hard labour in a harsh environment. The buildings are modest, the population very small, and the landscape around it is rugged and exposed, with the river cutting through the terrain and the rocky hills standing like silent observers over everything. At first glance, it might even seem peaceful in a rough frontier sort of way. Another example of Skyrim's scattered communities surviving through resilience and necessity. But the longer you think about Karthwasten and the more you engage with what actually happens there, the more that initial impression dissolves into something far more uneasy. Because Karthwasten is not just isolated, it is exposed. Not just small, it's vulnerable. Not just quiet, but historically shaped by violence, exploitation, and forces far larger than itself. All of which contribute to a lingering sense that the town is never truly stable, no matter how calm it appears in the moment. The most immediate and defining aspect of Karthwasten is its isolation. Unlike major holds or even more established minor settlements, Karthwasten exists on the edge of everything, geographically, politically, and socially. It is situated in the Reach, one of the most unstable and contested regions in Skyrim, an area defined by conflict between the Forsworn, the Empire, local miners, and various opportunistic factions. That alone places it in a precarious position. But Karthwasten is even more exposed than most settlements in the region. There are no walls protecting it, no significant defensive structures, and no meaningful military presence stationed permanently within the village. It exists in basically open terrain, surrounded by cliffs and wilderness, meaning that any attack or intrusion doesn't need to breach defenses. It simply just arrives. And that lack of protection creates a constant underlying vulnerability. Even when nothing is happening, the layout of the town suggests that something could happen at any time, and there would be very little anyone could do to stop it. That vulnerability is not just theoretical. It is reinforced by the town's history of violence and conflict. Karthwasten has repeatedly been caught in the crossfire between local miners and Forsworn forces, with control of the silver mine being a recurring source of tension and bloodshed. The mine itself is central to the town's existence, providing both livelihood and reason for outsiders to care about it at all. But that dependence is precisely what makes it so unstable. Whoever controls the mine effectively controls the town's survival, which means Karthwasten is perpetually subject to pressure from groups far powerful than the villagers themselves. This dynamic transforms the settlement from a self-sustaining community into a resource node contested by larger forces. The residents are not fully in control of their own environment. They are participants in a cycle of exploitation and resistance that has repeated itself over time, leaving behind a sense of exhaustion and resignation that can be felt in how the town functions. When you speak to the NPCs in Karthwasten, that sense of weariness becomes more apparent. Characters like Thongvor Silverblood represent opposing interests tied to the mine, and the conflict between NPCs highlights how external power structures impose themselves onto the town's internal dynamics. Iron-Thatch, as a local leader tied to the workers, represents the fragile attempt to maintain independence and stability within the settlement. Thongvor Silverblood, on the other hand, embodies the reach of powerful external influence, specifically Markarth's elite families, who see Karthwasten not as a community, but as an asset. The tension between these figures is not abstract. It plays out directly in the town, shaping relationships, decisions, and ultimately the safety of everyone living there. This creates a situation where the villagers are not simply living their lives. They are constantly navigating pressures imposed from above and around them, with little ability to truly escape or redefine their circumstances. That imbalance of power contributes heavily to the unsettling nature of Karthwasten. Unlike towns that feel internally cohesive, Karthwasten feels fractured by external influence. It does not belong fully to its inhabitants. It exists in a state of contested ownership, where different factions assert control or claim legitimacy, and the villagers are left trying to survive within these shifting boundaries. This creates a subtle but persistent sense of instability. Even when nothing violent is actively occurring, the memory of past conflicts and the expectation of future ones hangs over the settlement like a shadow that never fully lifts. The geography of Karthwasten reinforces this feeling in a very deliberate way. The open cliffs and narrow pathways make it visually striking, but also emphasise exposure. There is no sense of enclosure or safety. The mine sits prominently within the landscape, almost exposed rather than hidden, as if it's waiting to be noticed and taken. The river nearby provides a sense of movement and life, but it also cuts through the terrain in a way that feels like a boundary rather than a connection. Everything about the environment suggests separation rather than integration, reinforcing the idea that Karthwasten is not protected by its surroundings, but instead left vulnerable within them. What makes this especially unsettling compared to other towns in Skyrim is that this place lacks the comforting illusions that some settlements provide. In places like Whiterun, even though danger exists in the broader world, the city itself feels secure due to its walls, leadership, and organisation. In Dawnstar or Morthal, unease is tied to supernatural or environmental factors that are very clearly identifiable and eventually addressed. Even Roeksted's ambiguity is wrapped in pastoral calm that masks its strangeness. Karthwasten, however, offers no such buffer. Its problems are not hidden behind mystery or softened by structure. They are direct, political, and ongoing. There is no sense that things are being kept stable by design. Instead, stability feels temporary and easily disrupted. To go more in depth, that sense of vulnerability becomes even more pronounced when you look at one of the darkest events tied to the settlement, the so-called Karthwasten Massacre. Unlike many conflicts in Skyrim that are clearly defined with obvious sides and outcomes, this event is surrounded by uncertainty, conflicting accounts, and a lack of closure that only adds to the town's unsettling reputation. What is genuinely agreed upon is that during the chaos of the Stormcloak Rebellion, Karthwasten became the site of a brutal confrontation involving mercenaries. Beyond that, the details begin to fracture. Some accounts suggest that the Stormcloaks were responsible, using hired fighters to secure control of the mine and eliminate resistance. Others point towards the Forsworn, framing the attack as part of their ongoing struggle to reclaim territory in the Reach. Both explanations are plausible. Within the context of the region, both factions have a reason to target a place like this, and both have histories of violence tied to resource control and territorial dominance. But the fact that no single narrative is clearly established is what makes the event so unsettling. Because it means the truth is buried, and what's left behind it is just uncertainty. For the people of Karthwasten, that uncertainty becomes part of the town's identity. It's not just that violence occurred, it's that no one can fully agree on who caused it or why it unfolded the way it did. That lack of clarity prevents any real sense of resolution. There's no clear enemy to blame, no definitive version of events to move on from. Instead, the massacre lingers as kind of an open wound in the town's history, something acknowledged but never fully understood. It also reinforces how easily Karthwasten can be overtaken by larger forces. The involvement of mercenaries is particularly telling. It suggests that conflict wasn't just ideological or territorial, it was transactional. The town became a target not only because of its strategic importance, but because it could be bought. Violence wasn't just a byproduct of war, it was something organised, outsourced, and directed at a place that lacked the means to defend itself. That realisation shifts how you see Karthwasten entirely. It's not just vulnerable to attack, it's vulnerable to decision. To choices made elsewhere by people who may never even set foot in the town themselves. And once that idea takes hold, the settlement starts to feel less like a community and more like a point on the map. Something that can be claimed, contested, or erased depending on who decides it matters. The aftermath of the massacre doesn't offer closure either. There's no large-scale rebuilding effort, no significant shift in how the town protects itself, no visible change that suggests lessons were learned or systems improved. Instead, Karthwasten continues much as it always was, small, exposed, and dependent on the same fragile structures that allowed the violence to happen in the first place. Which makes the event feel less like a singular tragedy and more like a pattern, a warning that what happened once could happen again, and it did with the mine being taken over. And that lingering possibility is what gives Karthwasten its deepest sense of unease. The massacre isn't just part of its past, it's part of its present. It shapes how the town feels, even if it's not directly referenced in every interaction. It exists in the background, influencing perception, reinforcing the idea that this is a place where things can go wrong quickly, and without clear explanation. Even the aftermath of conflict in Karthwasten does not fully restore a sense of safety. Depending on player choices, the town can shift control or experience violence that leaves lasting effects on how it feels. But regardless of that outcome, the underlying vulnerability remains unchanged. The mine is still central, the geography is still exposed, the power dynamics are still unbalanced. Nothing fundamentally resolves the core issue that the town exists in a state of dependency on forces outside its control. This is what ultimately makes Karthwasten one of the most unsettling towns in Skyrim, not because of supernatural horror or overt strangeness, but because of its realism. It reflects a kind of vulnerability that feels plausible within the world of Skyrim, a small community caught between larger powers, sustained by resources that make it vulnerable, but also dangerous to possess. It is a place defined not by what it is, but by what it's subject to. And that creates a lingering discomfort that doesn't rely on atmosphere alone, but on understanding. Because once you recognise how fragile Karthwasten really is, it becomes difficult to see it as just another quiet mining village. It starts to feel like a place waiting for the next conflict to arrive. There are towns in Skyrim that feel unsettling because something is happening, and then there are places like Kynes Grove, where the unsettling part is what already happened, and how little of it seems to matter anymore. You arrive, you look around, and nothing immediately stands out. A small mining settlement, a few scattered buildings, a working population just trying to get by. It feels ordinary, almost forgettable. But that's exactly what makes it so strange, because Kynes Grove is a place that has experienced something massive, something that should have permanently changed it, and yet somehow it hasn't. Or at least not in the way you'd expect. Kynes Grove sits in Eastmarch, a region defined by volcanic activity, ash-filled skies, and an environment that feels harsh, even by Skyrim's standards. The ground itself looks unstable, dotted with steam vents and scorched earth, as if the land is constantly reminding you that it isn't entirely safe. It's not a place that invites settlement, it's a place that feels endured. And yet people still live here. They work the mines, go about their routines, and treat the environment as something normal. That alone creates a subtle tension, because when something dangerous becomes routine, it stops being acknowledged, even if the danger never actually goes away. But the real source of unease in Kynes Grove isn't just the land, it's the history tied to it, specifically the return of a dragon. Kynes Grove is one of the first places in Skyrim where you witness a dragon being resurrected. Not just encountered, not just fought, but brought back. You arrive alongside Delphine, watch as Alduin himself appears, and see a dead dragon rise from the ground, in a moment that fundamentally reshapes what dragons represent in the game. Up until that point, dragons are threats, but they are singular, isolated. In Kynes Grove, that understanding changes. They are no longer just enemies, they are part of something larger, something ongoing, something that can't be stopped as easily as you might have hoped. And all of that happens right there, in the middle of this small, otherwise unremarkable settlement. What makes this so unsettling isn't just the event itself, it's what comes after. Because once the dragon is defeated, once Alduin leaves, once the immediate threat is gone, Kynes Grove goes back to normal. The miners return to work, the town continues as if nothing truly changed. Life resumes in the shadow of something that should have redefined everything. And that disconnect is where the unease starts to settle in. Because how does a place experience something like that and just move on? The answer, or at least part of it, lies in the nature of Kynes Grove's people. This is not a town of heroes or scholars. It's a working settlement built around labour, routine and survival. The miners aren't there to question the nature of dragons or contemplate the implications of Alduin's return. They're there to work, to earn, to continue, and that focus creates a kind of emotional distance from what happened. But that distance doesn't make the event less significant. It makes the town feel disconnected from it. Like the scale of what occurred doesn't match the scale of how it's processed. That mismatch is what gives Kynes Grove its unique kind of unease. In other towns, major events leave visible marks. changes in dialogue, shifts in behaviour, a sense that something has happened that people are still reacting to. In Kynes Grove, the reaction feels muted, contained, almost absent. And that absence becomes noticeable, because you remember what happened there. You remember Alduin, you remember the resurrection, and yet the town doesn't reflect that memory in a way that feels proportionate. It creates a strange disconnect between player experience and world response. You've witnessed something monumental, something that signals the beginning of a much larger threat, and then you look around and the town feels unchanged. That lack of acknowledgement doesn't make the event less impactful, it makes the town feel more unsettling, because it suggests one of two things. Either the people of Kynes Grove are so used to danger that even something like this doesn't fully register, or they simply don't have the capacity to process. Neither option is particularly comforting. The environment reinforces this feeling in subtle ways. The volcanic terrain, the constant heat rising from the ground, the muted colours. It all creates a backdrop that feels unstable, even when nothing is actively happening. There's no sense of calm in Kynes Grove, just a kind of baseline tension that never fully disappears. It's not dramatic, it's persistent. And that persistence mirrors the town's relationship with the events that took place there. Nothing explodes into chaos, nothing visibly collapses, everything just continues, layered on top of what came before, without fully addressing it. Even the layout of the town contributes to this. It's small, open, with little separation between its parts. There's nowhere for things to hide, no complex structure to explore. Everything is visible, everything is exposed. And yet, despite that openness, it still feels like something is missing. Some acknowledgement, some reaction, some shift that would make the place feel grounded in what happened there. But it never comes, and that absence lingers. Kynes Grove also stands out because of how early it appears in the main story. For many players, this is one of the first major moments where the scale of the dragon threat becomes clear, other than Helgen. It's a turning point, not just narratively but thematically. It tells you that this isn't a series of isolated encounters. It's a larger pattern, something that will continue to unfold across the world. And yet, the town where that realization happens doesn't carry the weight forward. It remains small, it remains quiet, it remains unchanged. That contrast between what the player experiences and what the world reflects is what makes Kynes Grove so uniquely unsettling. It's not that the town is dangerous in the traditional sense, it's that it feels disconnected from the significance of what happened within it. And that disconnect raises a subtle, lingering question. If something this important can happen here and leave so little visible impact, what else might be happening in Skyrim that no one else is fully acknowledging? That question extends beyond Kynes Grove itself. It turns the town into a kind of symbol, a place that represents the gap between events and perception, between reality and response. It suggests that the world of Skyrim doesn't always process its own dangers in a way that feels complete. And that idea is far more unsettling than any single event. When you start comparing Kynes Grove to other unsettling towns in Skyrim, what stands out isn't what it has, but what it lacks. Morthal builds its unease through atmosphere, a constant sense that something is wrong beneath the surface. Dawnstar creates discomfort through intrusion, where people are actively being affected by something they can't escape. Roekstead hides its strangeness behind perfection, leaving you to question what's really sustaining it. Karth Wasteland feels unstable because of external pressure, always on the edge of being overtaken by something stronger. Kynes Grove doesn't follow any of those patterns. It doesn't hide something, it doesn't build tension slowly. It doesn't really suggest deeper secrets waiting to be uncovered. Instead, it shows you something massive, something undeniable, and then nothing follows. That's what separates it. Where other towns make you uneasy because of what you don't know, Kynes Grove unsettles you because of what you do know, and how little that knowledge seems to matter to the place itself. This becomes even clearer when you look at the NPCs. Idra and Roggy Knotbeard, who represent the everyday life of Kynes Grove. Idra runs the local inn, maintaining a sense of normalcy that feels almost forced when you consider what happens just outside of the town. There's no dramatic shift in her behaviour, no lingering fear or urgency in how she speaks. She carries on, grounded in routine, as if the extraordinary event that occurred nearby never truly disrupted that rhythm. Roggy, meanwhile, reflects a different side of that same idea, a miner defined more by his habits than any larger awareness. He embodies the kind of person who doesn't engage with the bigger picture. His world is small, focused on work, drink, and survival. And that narrow focus creates a kind of insulation from the larger events unfolding around him. It's not that he's unaware, it's that the awareness doesn't translate into action or change. And that's the pattern across the town. The NPCs don't react in ways that match the scale of what happened. They acknowledge at most, but they don't transform. Compared to someone like Jarl Idgrod in Morthal, who actively reflects the strange nature of her environment, or Erender in Dawnstar, who directly engages with the source of the town's suffering, Kynes Grove's residents feel detached, not ignorant, but disconnected. They exist alongside something significant without fully integrating it into their understanding of the world. That disconnect is what gives the town its identity, because it creates a gap between event and reaction, between experience and meaning. And that gap is where the unease lives, because it implies that even the most significant moments can be absorbed, normalised, and ultimately overlooked. Kynes Grove doesn't need mystery or hidden lore, or supernatural ambiguity to feel unsettling. It just needs that one event. And the way everything continues afterwards as if it didn't matter as much as it should have. That's what lingers, not the dragon, not the battle, but the silence that follows, and the realisation that sometimes the most unsettling places in Skyrim aren't the ones where something is happening, but the ones where something already happened, and no one seems to fully react to it. You don't walk into Skarl Village and feel peace. You walk in and feel like something has already gone wrong. Not in an obvious chaotic way at first, but in a way that immediately feels off. The village is too quiet, too empty, too still for a place that's supposed to be lived in. And then you notice the people who are there. They're not really present. They're working, moving, repeating the same actions over and over again. But there's no awareness behind it. No reaction to you, no curiosity, no acknowledgement. Just motion without thought. It doesn't feel like a village functioning. It feels like a village being controlled. And that's exactly what's happening. Mirak's influence has taken hold of Skarl Village, and it doesn't show itself through destruction or open violence. It shows itself through removal. The removal of will, of identity, of presence. The villagers aren't fighting, they aren't resisting, they've already lost. They've been reduced to something closer to tools than people. Locked in repetitive labour that serves a purpose they don't understand. That's what makes it so unsettling. It's not chaos in the traditional sense, it's control, and it's quiet. The repetition is the most disturbing part. You can stand there and watch them, and nothing changes. They don't break routine, don't react, don't stop. It creates this trance-like atmosphere where time feels stuck, like the village is caught in a loop it can't escape. And because there are so few people there, that repetition becomes even more noticeable. The emptiness around them amplifies it. This isn't a thriving community, it's what's left of one. Most of the Skarl are gone, taken to work on the stones, pulled out of the village and into Mirak's control elsewhere. What remains feels like a shell, a fragment of something that used to be whole. Buildings stand but feel underused. Spaces exist but isn't filled. It's not abandoned, but it's close enough that the difference barely matters. That emptiness creates a different kind of unease than places like Morthal or Dawnstar. Those towns feel wrong because something is happening beneath the surface. Skarl Village feels wrong because something has already taken over the surface and left everyone to leave. There's no mystery to uncover in the moment. You're looking directly at the result. And the few NPCs who aren't under control only make it worse, because they are aware, they see what's happening, they understand it, and they obviously can't stop it. That contrast between those who are trapped in the trance and those who are forced to watch it adds another layer to the discomfort. It turns the village into something almost surreal, half alive, half gone. And then there's the psychological aspect of Mirak's control itself. This isn't just mind control. It's domination tied to knowledge, to power, to something beyond normal understanding. It connects back to Hermaeus Mora, to the idea of forbidden knowledge and the cost of it. The Skarl reject that kind of knowledge, build their entire culture around avoiding it, and yet here it is, overriding them completely. That contradiction hits hard because it shows that their traditions, their resistance weren't enough. Whatever protection they believed they had, it failed. And that failure lingers in the atmosphere of the village. Even once the control is broken, even once the villagers return to themselves, that initial impression doesn't fully go away. You've already seen what the village looks like when something takes hold of it. You've seen how quickly identity can disappear, how easily routine can replace thought, how community can be reduced to movement without meaning. And that's what sticks. Not just that Skull Village was controlled, but how quietly and quickly it happened. No battle, no warning, just a shift, and suddenly the village isn't a village anymore, it's something else. When a community operates with that level of consistency, you start to wonder what happens to anything that doesn't fit. What happens to doubt, to disagreement, to ideas that fall outside the framework they've built? The game doesn't show you those answers directly, but the absence of those elements become noticeable in itself. Even though the village is under constant threat from Miraak, there's no visible tension within the village. No disagreement, no deviation, just alignment. And over time, that alignment starts to feel less like harmony and more like restriction. The isolation of Skull Village amplifies this even further. Unlike other remote settlements in Skyrim, which still feel connected to trade routes, political structures, or nearby regions, the Skull exists in near total separation. The northern part of this island is harsh, cold, and difficult to navigate, with little incentive for outsiders to travel there unless they have a specific reason and a boat. And because of that, the village doesn't just feel remote, it's basically just sealed off. Not just physically, but culturally as well. The Skull don't adapt to the outside world, they resist it. Their beliefs are built around preservation, around maintaining a balance that they see as essential. But that preservation comes at a cost. It limits interaction, limits growth, limits exposure to anything beyond what they already know. And while that might protect them from certain dangers, it also creates a kind of stagnation. The village doesn't evolve, it maintains. And that maintenance becomes its defining trait. Even the environment reinforces this. The snow, the cold, the stillness. They don't just surround the village, they shape it. Movement feels slower, quieter, more deliberate. There's no sense of urgency, no sense of change. Everything exists in a kind of suspended state, where time feels like it's passing differently, not frozen, but steady in a way that never shifts. That steadiness might seem peaceful at first, but over time it starts to feel limiting, like the village isn't just resisting change, it's preventing it entirely. And that leads into another unsettling aspect of Skull Village, its emptiness. Not emptiness in the sense of being abandoned, but in how little there is beyond the surface. The population is small with the people who are still there. The buildings are very minimal, and the range of interaction is narrow. There's no sense of expansion, no indication that the village was growing or ever developing. It feels complete, but in a way that leaves no room for anything else. You walk through it, and you see everything there is to see. There's nothing hidden, nothing waiting to be discovered other than the control of Miraak. Skull Village doesn't rely on fear or mystery or visible danger to create unease. It does it through structure, through repetition, through the quiet removal of variation. It presents a version of stability that feels almost perfect, and then makes you question what had to be removed to achieve it. Because in a world as chaotic and unpredictable as Skyrim, a place that remains that consistent, that controlled, that unchanged, doesn't just feel different, it feels unnatural. And the longer you stay, the harder it becomes to ignore that feeling, until eventually the calm stops feeling comforting, and starts feeling like something you don't fully understand, something you can observe, but never quite be part of it. When you look across all these towns, what really stands out is that none of them are unsettling for the same reason. And that's what makes Skyrim so effective at creating discomfort. It's not just about danger, it's about how each place feels, and more importantly, why it feels that way. Morthal unsettles you through atmosphere, a constant sense that something is wrong even when nothing is happening. Dawnstar works through intrusion, where people are slowly worn down by something they can't escape. Roekstead hides its unease behind perfection, leaving you questioning what it costs to get there. Karth Waston shows you vulnerability, a town that can be controlled or destroyed by forces far beyond it. Kynes Grove proves that even the biggest events can be ignored, normalised, and left behind in a way that doesn't feel right. And then Skull Village takes all of that and strips it down even further. It shows you what happens when control is absolute, when a place doesn't just feel wrong, but becomes something else entirely. A village where people are still there, but not really present, where identity disappears and all that's left is repetition. And that's what really ties all these places together. It's not just that they're dangerous, it's that they take something familiar, a town, a community, a place that should feel safe, and twist it in a way that feels just slightly off. Sometimes subtle, sometimes obvious, but always enough to stay with you. Because in Skyrim, the most unsettling places aren't the ones filled with enemies. They're the ones that make you question what you're actually looking at. Skyrim is full of settlements that demand your attention. Whiterun welcomes you into its bustling market and towering Dragon Reach. Riften draws you into webs of crime and corruption. Even the smallest villages, Riverwood, Iverstead, Dawnstar, call to you with quests, rumours or troubled locals. And then there's Stone Hills, a tiny mining hamlet nestled in the snow, little more than a cluster of wooden huts beside the yawning mouth of Rockwallow Mine. Stone Hills is one of Skyrim's most obscure settlements. Many players will never see it, others will pass through it once, grab a side bounty and never return. But for those who linger, Stone Hills reveals itself as one of the loneliest places in all of Skyrim. A community defined not by what it has, but by what it lacks. No inn, no shops, no quests of consequence. Only miners, their shacks, and the endless dark of the mine. It is a settlement that feels less like a town, and more like a half-forgotten outpost clinging to survival. And in that way, it becomes one of the most fascinating places in Skyrim to examine. Stone Hills sits in the frozen wilds of Jarlmarch, not far from Morthal. But while Morthal, for all its tragedy and swampy gloom, serves as a capital town with guards, a Jarl, and quests, Stone Hills feels more like a side note on the map. Its structures are bare, a few small homes, a smithing area, and the mine itself. There is no tavern to welcome travellers, no temple to gather the faithful, no market to trade. For a settlement that supports a working mine, it feels strangely empty of life and amenities. This emptiness immediately marks Stone Hills as different. It does not pretend to be a full town, nor does it reach for the narrative significance of other mining communities like Shaw's Stone or Darkwater Crossing. But even then, those two places also feel a little left out of Skyrim's full main story. Instead, it sits in silence, a quiet cluster of families with little to offer the Dragonborn except awe and bleak conversation. At the centre of Stone Hills lies Rockwallow Mine, the source of its existence and the reason anyone lives here at all. Like many mines in Skyrim, it provides ore, in this case iron, that fuels the province's economy and supplies weapons for the Civil War. But unlike other mines, Rockwallow Mine feels strangely hollow. There is little danger inside, no dramatic backstory of bandits or dragger, no hidden dangerous artifact waiting to be uncovered. It is simply a mine, dark, cold, repetitive. For the Dragonborn who spend so much of their journey uncovering secrets and slaying monsters, Rockwallow Mine is startling in its banality, and yet that very ordinariness makes it feel lonelier than any Dragger crypt. At least the crypts tell stories of ancient Nords and forgotten kings. Here the story is simply the day-to-day grind of miners who will never be remembered. Stone Hills is home to a small handful of NPCs, most notably Sorley the Builder and her husband Pacta. Together they oversee the mine's operations on behalf of the Empire, ensuring the ore keeps flowing to supply the war effort. Alongside them live their children and a few workers scraping out an existence in the harsh wilderness. Unlike other settlements, the people here have little to say. They don't offer radiant quests beyond minor work, they don't share rumours of grand adventures, and they certainly don't dream of anything else beyond survival. They live day after day by the rhythm of the mine. This lack of depth can feel disappointing to the player, but it also creates a powerful sense of realism. Not every Skyrim villager is tied into the threads of destiny. Some are simply people living unremarkable lives, forgotten by the world outside their little hamlet. And in Stone Hills, that is precisely the tragedy. These miners exist, but they will never matter. Despite its obscurity, Stone Hills does brush against the great events of Skyrim through the Civil War questline. Depending on which side the Dragonborn supports, control of Rockwallow Mine can shift. The Empire values it as a resource. The Stormcloaks may fight for it in turn. Sorley and Pacta themselves voice loyalty to the Empire, sending ore to Solitude to feed General Tullius's war machine. But even here, Stone Hills feels incidental. The mine matters only as a line of supply, not as a place where lives and struggles unfold. It is reduced to a resource point on a strategic map, stripped of its individuality. This transforms Stone Hills into a haunting metaphor. Even when it is noticed not for its people, but for what can be extracted from its earth. Stone Hills becomes even more striking when compared to Skyrim's other mining communities, like Shaw's Stone, Darkwater Crossing, and Karth Waston. Shaw's Stone has ties to the Thieves' Guild and a mine contested by dangerous enemies. Darkwater Crossing is defined by tragedy with survivors of Helgen trying to rebuild their lives. Karth Waston serves as a flashpoint for the Silverblood family's ruthless expansion. Each of these towns, though small, are still given some sort of narrative weight, even though they're still lonely in themselves. Their minds tell small stories of exploitation, danger, or recovery. Stone Hills, in contrast, feels like a mine stripped of a story. Its only identity is labour and silence. It does not cry out for help. It does not beg the Dragonborn to intervene. It simply exists, lonely and untouched. Perhaps the most powerful feature of Stone Hills is its silence. There are no bustling streets, no chatter of markets, no drunken songs from taverns. The soundscape is reduced to the crunch of snow, the crack of a pickaxe in the mine, and the occasional sigh of wind across the frozen tundra. For players who stumble upon it, this silence can feel almost unsettling. Skyrim is a world brimming with constant noise, dragons roaring, Nords brawling, and merchants shouting. To enter Stone Hills is to enter a pocket of emptiness. That emptiness in turn makes it one of the most loneliest places in Skyrim. Stone Hills occupies a peculiar role in Skyrim's design. It is a named settlement large enough to appear on the map, with unique NPCs and a functioning economy, and yet it is treated with the narrative weight of an unmarked farmstead. In many ways, it feels like content the developers left unfinished. A town sketched onto the canvas but never really painted, with a lot of quests or stories. The fact that it exists at all feels kind of accidental, as though Bethesda couldn't quite decide whether to make it a real village or leave it as a background dressing. This in-betweenness contributes to its air of forgotten loneliness. It is a town that barely exists in the eyes of both the world and the player. When the Dragonborn enters Stone Hills, what do they really feel? For many, it's a brief stop. Perhaps a bounty quest sends them here, or they wander by on the way to another destination. The player mines a little ore, speaks briefly with Sorley or Pacta, and then moves on. But for those who pause, the atmosphere begins to seep in. The stark snowfields, the small homes huddled together, the endless grind of the mine, and the lack of anything beyond survival. The result is a settlement that feels profoundly lonely to inhabit. Players often leave quickly not because of the danger, but because there is simply nothing to hold them here. When all is said and done, Rockwallow Mine and Stone Hills embodies the concept of loneliness more than almost any other place in Skyrim. It is not lonely because of ghosts or tragedy. It is lonely because of neglect. Neglect by the developers, neglect by the game's narrative, and neglect by the Dragonborn, who rarely stops long enough to notice it. It is a mine that exists without purpose beyond labour, and a town without identity beyond its ore, and a community without recognition beyond a single line on the map. In a game filled with legends, gods, dragons, and quests of world-shattering scale, Stone Hills is a reminder of the other side of Skyrim, the forgotten lives of those who mine, survive, and pass into obscurity without ever shaping history. Stone Hills may be the loneliest mine in Skyrim, but that loneliness makes it strangely powerful. It reminds us that not every settlement is destined for greatness. Some exist only to endure. Some communities live and die without songs or sagas, and their work is swallowed by the silence of snow. In this way, Stone Hills feels almost more real than the grander cities of Skyrim. It is not a stage for adventure, it is a background detail of a world that does not revolve around the Dragonborn. And perhaps that, more than anything, is why it lingers in the minds of players who do stop to notice it. Stone Hills stands eternal, a lonely hamlet in the snow, clinging to its mine, forgotten by all, but the pickaxes echoing in the dark. There's a certain sound that pulls you in long before you reach the mouth of this mine. It's not the ring of a pickaxe or the cheerful chatter of miners hauling in another day's pay. No, what you hear is quieter, sharper. The crack of a bowstring in the distance, the whistle of an arrow splitting the air, and then silence. When you round the final bend and see the main entrance for the first time, the smell of iron is thick, not from the ore, but from the blood soaking the dirt. The camp is littered with corpses. Workers lie where they fell, their tools still in their hand. The enemy isn't hiding deep within the tunnels. They're waiting for you just beyond the entrance. Bows drawn, axes ready, gold gleaming in the light. This is Colsega Mine, and it's not just the richest gold deposit in all of Skyrim. It's a place where entering means making a choice. You're either going to clear it, or it's going to clear you. Colsega Mine sits in the Reach, just east of Markarth, and perched above the treacherous road to Old Roldan. The area itself already carries the danger of its hold. The rocky terrain makes for perfect ambush spots, and Forsworn patrols often roam nearby. The mine is unmistakable from the road. A weathered wooden bridge spans a narrow gorge leading up to the entrance. Even before you step foot inside, the place feels isolated, almost exposed. Its height gives you a good view of the valley, but it also makes you a perfect target for anyone lying in wait. It's not like the other mines scattered across Skyrim. Iron mines, Corundum mines, even silver mines. They can be dangerous, sure, but they don't carry the reputation that Colsega does. Because everyone knows who holds this mine. The Forsworn. And they are not here to trade. In Skyrim, gold ore is surprisingly rare. For the average smith, the thought of having access to enough gold to forge dozens of rings or amulets is almost mythical. Colsega, however, contains the single largest gold deposit in the province. Over a dozen veins of pure ore tucked into the dark tunnels. That kind of wealth doesn't go unnoticed. Historically, Colsega was worked by miners from Markarth under the authority of the Silverblood family, whose grip on the Reach's resources is practically legendary. But gold, unlike silver, holds a different kind of allure. For the Forsworn, it's not just about wealth, it's about taking something from their enemies. Every ounce of gold they mine here is an ounce stolen from the Nords they despise. By the time you arrive, they've already overrun the place. The miners are dead or fled. The inside is crawling with armed Forsworn who know every corner and choke point. The gold is still here, but it's not yours quite yet. If you're sent to Colsega by Pavo, a miner who escaped the attack, you'll know what to expect. If you find it on your own, you might think it's just another job. Kill a few bandits, clear the place out. But Colsega doesn't fight fair. The first two Forsworn you encounter are perfectly positioned to catch you in crossfire, one with a bow and one with a rushing blade. The mine's narrow entrance means you have no room to dodge, and the clutter of barrels and carts makes movement very tricky. Once inside, the corridors tighten. There's no line of sight, no clean angles, just twisting pathways that force you into close combat. And the Forsworn are nothing if not aggressive. They'll push, they'll flank, and if you're unlucky, you'll be caught in a corner with a Briarheart, swinging a two-handed weapon. Many players underestimate the difficulty here, but Colsega, unlike most small mines, wants you to underestimate it. It wants you to think it's just another skirmish, and then it crushes you. The most dangerous enemy in Colsega is the Forsworn Briarheart, a warrior magically altered to replace his heart with a Haggraven's dark magic. These are not mere men. They are living weapons, faster, stronger, and far more resistant to pain than the average Forsworn fighter. In many ways, the Briarheart is the symbol of Colsega's danger. He doesn't just guard the gold, he stands as a reminder that the Forsworn are not a disorganized rabble. They are coordinated, ritualistic, and willing to twist themselves into monsters for power. The Briarheart fights like he knows the tunnels better than you ever will. He'll use the narrow corridors to his advantage, forcing you to backpedal into other enemies. He doesn't need to rush, you'll come to him eventually. Because the mine's design funnels you into his lair. And when you finally strike him down, you've won the mine. At least until the Forsworn return. Colsega Mine is most famously tied to the quest Clear Colsega Mine, given by Pavo. It's straightforward, kill every Forsworn inside so that the miners can return to work. But here's the thing, the quest changes the mine in a way few locations in Skyrim do. Once you've cleared it, the Forsworn don't immediately respawn. The miners move back in and start working on the gold veins, and the place feels alive again. For a while. Eventually, the Forsworn do return, and when they do, it's another bloodbath, undoing everything you fought for. There's no permanent victory here, only temporary reclamation. Colsega Mine is dangerous not because of one battle, but because it's a cycle. No matter who holds it, someone will always want it back. Colsega's location isn't just remote, it's symbolic. Markarth is the stronghold of Nordic rule in the Reach, a city literally carved into Dwemer's stone, representing centuries of control over the land the Forsworn believe is rightfully theirs. Colsega sits far enough from the city to be vulnerable. Every day the Forsworn hold it is a day that they defy the authority of Markarth. For the player, this means the mine isn't just a loot spot, it's a front line. You're stepping into a fight that's been going on for generations, and you're not ending it. You're just picking a side for a single battle. And Colsega, it will still remember. Even after you clear the Forsworn, Colsega feels uneasy. The bodies of miners lie where they fell, some still clutching pickaxes, others sprawled on the ground outside. There's no scripted funeral, no burial, their deaths are permanent, their names forgotten. The mine's tunnels are dimly lit, the walls jagged with gold that seem almost to gleam in mockery. The deeper you go, the quieter it gets, until all you hear is the echo of your own footsteps and the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. It's not just a dangerous place, it's an oppressive one. And when you walk out into the Reach's grey skies, the relief you feel is immediate. You survived. This time. Colsega Mine is one of the best places in Skyrim to mine gold. A dedicated player can walk out with enough ore to smelt dozens of ingots, which can then be turned into jewelry for smithing experience or sold for a tidy profit. This makes it one of the most rewarding and therefore tempting locations in the game. But that temptation is part of the danger. Players often approach it early, thinking they can handle it only to be quickly overwhelmed. The irony? Many never return after that first failed attempt, leaving the gold and the mine to the Forsworn indefinitely. Colsega doesn't care about your ambition. It buries the greedy just as quickly as it buries the careless. Other dangerous mines exist in Skyrim. Gloombound Mine with its ore stronghold, Blind Cliff Mine infested with Hagravens, and Embershard Mine often ambushing early players. But none combine high-value resources with high-risk enemies, quite like Colsega. It's the perfect storm, valuable loot, strong opponents, a location tied to ongoing political conflict, and environmental hazards. Most mines are dangerous once. Colsega is dangerous forever. And unlike mines tucked inside safe holds, Colsega's isolation means that if you fall here, no guards are coming. Colsega Mine isn't the biggest dungeon. It's not the most complex, but it stays with you. Maybe it's the image of the dead miners. Maybe it's the sheer brutality of the Forsworn. Maybe it's the realization that in Skyrim, no amount of gold can keep you safe. Whatever it is, Coal Sega feels personal. The fight for it is raw and close. The reward is tangible, the cost is steep. It's a place where you don't just measure victory by loot, but by whether you walk out alive. When you leave the mine for the last time, whether it be with Miko at your side, a pack full of gold, or empty-handed and bruised, one thing is certain. You've stepped into a battle older than you. The Forsworn will return, the miners will die, the gold will remain, and the hill will keep its reputation. Because in the end, Coal Sega isn't just the richest mine in Skyrim, it's also the most dangerous, and it always will be waiting for you. Skyrim's mines are supposed to be a place of work. Simple, practical spaces where people dig, gather resources, and move on. But that's not always what they become, because beneath the surface, far away from cities and guards, these places are vulnerable, easy to take over, easy to forget. And once something moves in, it rarely leaves. Spiders nest in the dark corners, Falmer carve out entire underground networks, and bandits can turn work sites into hideouts. What was once built for survival slowly becomes something else entirely. Something hostile, something claimed. And the deeper you go, the more it feels like these mines don't belong to Skyrim's people anymore. They belong to whatever got there first and refused to leave. Bile Gulch Mine is one of the clearest examples in Skyrim of how a place designed for simple, practical use can be completely overtaken and redefined by whatever decides to settle inside it, turning something ordinary into something controlled, hostile, and entirely removed from its original purpose. Located in the rocky tundra between Falkreath and Markarth, it doesn't stand out at first glance. It looks like any other mine scattered across the province. A small operation carved out into the landscape, with a few buildings signifying what is infesting there. This place is likely intended for resource gathering, quiet labour and steady output. But the moment you approach it, that expectation immediately starts to fall apart. Because Bile Gulch Mine isn't functioning as a mine anymore. It's a functioning stronghold. And more specifically, it's been claimed by a group of orc bandits who have turned the entire space into something far more structured and territorial than your typical roadside hideout. This isn't a temporary occupation or a loose gathering of enemies. It feels deliberate, reinforced, almost organised in a way that reflects orc stronghold culture, but twisted into something more aggressive and exclusionary. The exterior alone gives that impression. Barricades, watch positions, and a clear sense of control over the surrounding area makes it obvious that this isn't just a place they're hiding. It's a place they're defending. And that distinction is important because it changes how the mine is perceived. It's no longer just a location with enemies in it. It's territory, something that has been taken, reshaped, and now exists under entirely different rules than it was originally built for. Once you move inside, that feeling only intensifies. The mine's layout, like many others in Skyrim, is relatively straightforward, but the presence of the orc bandits transforms how it's experienced. Every corridor feels occupied, every open space feels watched. And the deeper you go, the more it becomes clear that this place has been adapted to support those living within it. There's a sense of permanence to it, as if this isn't just a temporary raid site, but a long-term base of operations. And that permanence is what makes it feel truly infested. Because infestation in this context isn't just about enemies being present, it's about replacement. The original function of the space has been completely overwritten. Whatever mining operation once existed here is irrelevant. The tools, the layout, the structure, all of it has been repurposed to serve something else. And that something else is control. The orc bandits don't just occupy this mine, they define it. Their presence dictates how the space functions, how it's navigated, and how it's perceived. There's no trace of its previous identity left in any meaningful way. And that transformation is what sets it apart from other infested locations. In many mines across Skyrim, you'll see remnants of their original purpose. Miners' belongings, partially used equipments, signs of a recent disruption. In Bile Gulch Mine, that sense of transition is largely gone. It doesn't feel like something that was recently taken over. It feels like something that has already been claimed and settled, with no intention of returning to what it once was. The orc presence also adds a unique layer to this idea, because unlike creatures like Falmer or spiders, who are often portrayed as inherently tied to the environments they inhabit, orcs bring with them a cultural identity. Their strongholds in Skyrim are structured, hierarchical, and bound by specific traditions. Bile Gulch Mine reflects a distorted version of that. It has the structure, the sense of hierarchy, the defensive mindset, but without the legitimacy or recognition of an official stronghold. It's what happens when that culture is removed from its proper context and forced into a space that wasn't meant for it at all. And that creates a kind of tension within the location. It feels organised but not stable, controlled but not really legitimate, like something that exists on the edge of Skyrim's social structure, acknowledged only as a problem to be dealt with rather than a place to be understood. This ties into the broader idea of infestation as something that exists outside of the accepted systems of the world. Bile Gulch Mine isn't part of any hold's infrastructure. It doesn't contribute resources, doesn't support a settlement, doesn't serve any purpose beyond sustaining those who have taken over it. It's isolated, self-contained, and entirely disconnected from the systems that define the rest of Skyrim. And that isolation reinforces that feeling that this is something that has ultimately slipped through the cracks. A place that once lost is simply written off rather than reclaimed. Solion's Sinkhole is a place where the player ultimately gets surprised by what has overtaken it, feeling like an intrusion from something ancient, something that was already there long before the mine existed, waiting beneath the surface. Located in the Reach just north of Old Roldan Inn, it begins like many other mining operations in the province. A small, functional site carved into the landscape, built with a clear purpose and supported by workers trying to make a living. There's nothing outwardly unusual about it at first. It's modest, grounded, entirely tied to the present. But that sense soon quickly starts to unravel the moment you step inside. Because what defines the sinkhole isn't what the miners built, it's what they uncovered. Unlike other mines that are taken over by bandits or creatures moving in from the outside, this is a case where the danger comes from below, from something buried and undisturbed until the act of mining itself brings it to the surface. The deeper sections of the mine reveal Nordic ruins, and with them the presence of Draga, not as scattered enemies but as a reawakening force tied to the ancient dead. This changes the entire framing of the location. The mine wasn't simply lost or abandoned, it was disrupted. The miners didn't fail to defend it, they accidentally unearthed something they were never meant to find. And once that line was crossed, there was no reclaiming it without confrontation of what had been awakened. What makes this especially effective is how the transition is handled. Much like Darkwater Pass, there isn't a single moment where everything changes. Instead, it's gradual. The mine begins to feel less like a place of work and more like a threshold. Wooden supports and mining equipment give way to stone architecture, carved walls, and burial chambers that clearly belong to a much older world. And unlike Falmer tunnels, which reshape and adapt, the Nordic ruin beneath Solion's Sinkhole feels preserved, untouched until recently. The Draga aren't building anything new. I don't think they really could anyway. They're reclaiming what was always theirs. And that distinction creates a very different kind of tension. This isn't a place being transformed into something else. It's a place reverting back to what it once was, with the miners' presence reduced to a brief interruption in a much longer timeline. The Draga themselves reinforce this idea through their behaviour and placement. They aren't wandering aimlessly or occupying the mine in a disorganised way. They are positioned within the structure of the ruin, guarding it, moving through it with a sense of purpose that feels tied to something older than the current world. When they spill into the mine's upper sections, it doesn't feel like an expansion. It feels like a spillover, like a coffee that was poured too far over the brim of the mug, as if the boundary between the ancient and the present has been broken. And that's where the real unease comes from, because this place doesn't feel like it's been taken over by external force. It feels like it's been opened up to something that was always there, just waiting beneath the surface, much like the Falmer in Darkwater Pass. This also gives the location a different kind of narrative weight compared to the other overrun mines. In places like Bile Gulch Mine, the transformation is visible and immediate. A group takes control, reshapes the space, and establishes dominance. In Darkwater Pass, the change is environmental and systematic, a slow absorption into something alien. But in Solion's Sinkhole, the change is temporal. It's about layers of history colliding. The mine represents the present, fragile and temporary, while the ruin beneath represents the past, enduring and unyielding. And when those two layers intersect, the result isn't coexistence, it's displacement. The present gives way to the past almost effortlessly. Even the structure of the mine supports this idea. It doesn't feel particularly deep or expansive at first, but once the ruin is revealed, the sense of scale shifts. The space beneath feels older, more significant, as if the mine was only ever scratching the surface of something much larger. And that imbalance makes the upper sections feel small in comparison, almost insignificant. The miners weren't uncovering a resource, they were uncovering a tomb, a piece of history that was never meant to be disturbed. And in doing so, they effectively erased their own claim to the space. The sinkhole ultimately stands out because it doesn't show a mine being lost. It shows how easily the present can be overwritten by the past in Skyrim. It's not about invasion or control, but about rediscovery in the worst possible sense. A reminder that much of the province is built on top of something older, something buried, and that digging too deep doesn't always lead to progress. Sometimes it just uncovers what was meant to stay hidden. And once that happens, the mine itself isn't just dangerous. It's no longer yours at all. Darkwater Pass doesn't feel like a place that was simply taken over. It feels like a place that was consumed slowly and completely, until whatever it used to be no longer mattered. Located near Darkwater Crossing and the Rift, it begins with a sense of being familiar. The entrance suggests a mine, or at least a very functional tunnel carved with purpose, something tied to the surface world and the people who live there. But that sense of normalcy doesn't last long. The deeper you move into Darkwater Pass, the more the environment shifts, not abruptly, but gradually, in a way that feels almost invasive. Wooden supports and man-made structures begin to give way to damp stone, bioluminescent growths, and the unmistakable signs of Falmer presence. It's not just that enemies appear, it's that the space itself begins to change identity. You're not entering a mine with Falmer in it, you're entering a Falmer domain that has absorbed a mine. That distinction is what defines Darkwater Pass, because the Falmer don't just occupy spaces, they reshape them. Their presence isn't surface level or temporary, it's systematic. The tunnels twist in ways that feel less engineered and more organic, as if the original layout has been altered over time to suit something else entirely. Charus nests line the walls, adding another layer of discomfort, not just visually, but conceptually as well. These creatures aren't just companions to the Falmer, they're part of the same ecosystem, reinforcing the idea that what's happening here isn't random. It's established, sustained, and deeply rooted. The further you go, the less it feels like you're exploring a location, and the more it feels like you're descending into something that has been building itself for a long time without interruption. What makes this especially effective is how subtle the transition is, creating a kind of overlap where it becomes difficult to separate what was built by humans and what has been altered by what came after. The blurring of boundaries is what gives Darkwater Pass its unsettling tone. It's not just a place that was lost, it's a place that was overwritten. The original purpose hasn't just been abandoned, it's been erased, replaced by something that doesn't resemble it in any meaningful way. Darkwater Pass doesn't feel temporary, it feels permanent, like whatever claim the surface once had over this space has been completely lost. It doesn't lead somewhere, it traps you within itself, looping you through a space that has no interest in connection back to the world above. It's a dead end in terms of purpose, but a fully realised system in terms of existence. Now that I've said all this, Darkwater Pass isn't technically a mine, and that's worth acknowledging, because on paper it doesn't belong in this category at all. It's a cave, separate from the structured, purpose-built spaces that define Skyrim's mining operations. But its inclusion here comes from something more contextual than literal. Because when you look at where Darkwater Pass is situated, right beside Darkwater Crossing, an active mining community, it starts to feel like an extension of that same industrial footprint. That kind of place that under slightly different circumstances would have been a mine. The geography lines up, the proximity makes sense. It sits close enough to a settlement built entirely around excavation that it's easy to imagine miners eventually pushing in that direction, expanding their operations, turning the cave into something functional. But that never happens, or more accurately, it can't happen, because whatever potential that space had is already gone, claimed long before it could be repurposed. The Falmer and Charles don't just occupy the cave, they preempt its future. They turn what could have been a site of productivity into something inaccessible, something hostile, something completely cut off from the world. And that's why it still fits here, not because it is a mine, but because it exists right on the edge of becoming one. A missed opportunity shaped entirely by what got there first and refused to leave. Infested before miners could find any sort of resources in there. Colsega Mine is another location where a mine being overrun feels less like random occupation and more like a deliberate act of reclamation, turning what should be a place of labour into something deeply tied to the conflict of the Reach itself. Located just east of Markarth, along the river that cuts through the Karth Valley, Colsega isn't some forgotten or insignificant site. It's a gold mine, valuable, productive, and directly tied to the wealth of the region. Or at least it used to be. By the time you arrive, that value hasn't disappeared, but it has been redirected, because the Forsworn who now occupy the mine haven't just stumbled upon it or taken shelter there. They've taken control of something that represents the very forces they oppose. At first glance, the structure of Colsega still reflects its original purpose. The exterior is open, active in design, with smelters, workstations, and clear signs of an organised mining activity. But that quickly gives way to something more hostile. Forsworn patrol the area, not as scattered enemies, but as a group that clearly understands the terrain and has positioned themselves to defend it. There's a sense of awareness to their presence. They aren't just hiding within the mine, they're asserting control over it and the surrounding land. And that control feels intentional in a way that sets Colsega apart from other locations, like Embashard Mine, where bandits simply take advantage of opportunity. The Forsworn aren't opportunists in the same way. They're ideological. Their presence here carries meaning. That meaning becomes clearer when you consider what Colsega Mine represents within the Reach. The region itself is defined by tension between the Nords who control it and the Forsworn who claim it as their ancestral land. Markarth stands as a symbol of that control, a city built on Dwemer foundations, rich in resources and heavily guarded. The mine, sitting just outside of it, feeds into that same system. It's part of the infrastructure that allows Markarth to thrive. So when the Forsworn take over the mine, it doesn't just disrupt a single location. It disrupts a supply line. It's a direct challenge to the authority that governs the region. Inside the mine, that tension continues to build. The deeper you go, the more it becomes clear that this isn't just a defensive occupation. It's an adaptation of the space itself. The Forsworn don't reshape the mine in the same way Falmer might, nor do they leave it structurally untouched like bandits often do. Instead, there's a blending of identities. The mine's layout remains intact, but its atmosphere shifts. The presence of the Forsworn, with their distinct armour, rituals and connection to the land, creates a contrast against the industrial nature of the space entirely. It feels like two opposing ideas existing in the same place: extraction versus belonging. The mine was built to take from the land. The Forsworn, in their own way, are trying to reclaim it. This creates a unique kind of discomfort because Colsegger Mine doesn't feel like it's being stripped of meaning. It feels like it has been given a different one. The gold is still there, the tunnels still function, but the purpose behind them has changed. It's no longer about production or profit. It's about control, resistance and presence. The Forsworn aren't mining the gold in any structured sense, but by holding the mine, they're denying it to those who would. And that act alone transforms the space into something political. There's also a noticeable difference in how the location feels compared to the more enclosed or isolated mines. Colsegger is relatively open, both outside and its inside sections. Sunlight reaches parts of it. The river runs nearby. It doesn't feel buried or hidden in the same way as other overrun locations. And that openness makes the takeover feel more bold. This isn't something happening in the shadows, it's happening in full view, right on the edge of one of Skyrim's most important cities. The Forsworn aren't concealing their presence, they're making it known. So Colsegger Mine isn't just a place that was overrun, it's a place that was contested, taken and temporarily reclaimed, all within the broader struggle of the region it belongs to. It shows how a mine can become more than just a source of resources. It can become a symbol, a point of tension, a piece of land that means different things to different people. And because of that, its transformation feels more significant than a simple occupation. It's not just about who's inside the mine, it's about what the mine represents and who has the power to decide that. Embershard Mine is one of the first locations most players will ever encounter in Skyrim. And because of that, it's easy to overlook just how telling it is as an example of a mine being completely overrun and repurposed into something far removed from its original intent. Located just outside Helgen, along the road towards Riverwood, it sits directly in the path of your escape from the game's opening sequence. In many ways, it's designed to feel like a natural extension of the tutorial. A simple, approachable dungeon meant to introduce players to basic combat and exploration. But when you stop looking at it as a gameplay tool and instead consider what it represents within the world, Embershard Mine becomes something much more interesting. Because this isn't just a convenient early game encounter, it's a fully overtaken workplace sitting in one of the most trafficked areas in Skyrim, operating in plain sight. At a glance, Embershard still resembles what it once was. The structure is intact, the layout is clear, and there are still visible traces of its function as a mine. But almost immediately that illusion starts to break. The people inside aren't miners, they're bandits. They've wasted no time in turning the space into their own operation. Unlike more remote locations where takeovers can feel isolated or hidden, Embershard Mine exists right next to a major road, within walking distance of Riverwood and not far from Helgen itself. And yet, despite that proximity to civilization, it has been completely claimed by a hostile group with little resistance. That alone says a lot about how vulnerable these places are, especially in the aftermath of chaos like Helgen's destruction. Authority weakens and spaces like this are the first to fall. What makes Embershard stand out is how efficiently it has been repurposed. The bandits haven't just occupied the mine, they've adapted it to suit their needs almost seamlessly. Lookouts are positioned outside, keeping watch over the road. Inside, the layout is used strategically, with choke points, elevated positions, and traps that suggest a level of awareness about how to defend a space. There's even a sense of routine to their presence. Conversations between bandits hint at a familiar nature, at a group that has settled in rather than just passing through. This isn't a temporary hideout, it's a functional base built on top of something that used to serve a completely different purpose. And yet, unlike places such as Bile Gulch Mine, there's no attempt here to establish identity or permanence beyond survival. The bandits aren't trying to build something new, they're simply using what's already there. The mine's infrastructure remains largely unchanged, but its meaning has shifted entirely. Where there was once labour and production, there is now control and opportunism. The tools, the tunnels, the storage areas, all of it has been recontextualised. The mine still functions in a way, but not for the people it was meant to serve. It's been hollowed out conceptually, its purpose replaced without altering its form. This creates an interesting contrast between appearance and reality. This mine looks familiar, almost mundane, especially compared to more dramatic locations in Skyrim. There are no ancient ruins hidden beneath it, no sprawling underground ecosystems, no overwhelming sense of scale. And because of that, it's easy to dismiss it as significant. But that simplicity is exactly what makes it effective. It shows how quickly and quietly a place can be overtaken without needing to be transformed into something unrecognisable. The change doesn't have to be dramatic to be complete. Sometimes all it takes is a shift in who controls the space. There's also something important about its placement so early in the game. Embashard introduces players not just to combat, but to a recurring theme in Skyrim's world. That many of its structures are unstable, constantly shifting between ownership and abandonment. Mines, forts, caves, they don't stay under one group's control for long. They're contested, reclaimed, lost, repurposed over and over again. Embashard Mine is simply the first time you see it happen. And because it's framed as a basic encounter, its implications are easy to miss. But in reality, it sets the tone for how the rest of the world has to operate. Even after clearing it, there's a lingering sense that nothing about the situation is permanent. The mine can be reclaimed, yes, but there's no guarantee it will stay that way. Another group could move in just as easily, and that instability is baked into the location, and to be honest, into the world of Skyrim itself. The mine doesn't present a resolved problem, it presents a cycle. In the end, what makes Embashard Mine one of the most overrun mines and places in Skyrim isn't the scale of its takeover, but how ordinary it feels. There's no spectacle, no dramatic transformation, no hidden depth, just a straightforward example of how quickly something functional can become something hostile. And because it happens so early, so casually, it almost goes unnoticed. But it really shouldn't, because if a mine this close to civilization can be completely overtaken without much resistance, it raises a larger question about the rest of Skyrim. Not how these places fall, but how many of them were never truly secure to begin with. Mines in Skyrim are meant to be some of the most grounded places in the entire world. They're not ancient ruins or hidden cities, they're simply practical, built for one purpose, to work. But that's exactly what makes them so vulnerable. Because once that structure is broken, once the workers leave or something forces them out, these places don't stay empty for long. They get taken, sometimes by bandits looking for easy shelter, sometimes by something far worse lurking beneath the surface, and sometimes by forces that were already there, just waiting to be uncovered. What you're left with are spaces that feel familiar on the inside, but completely changed within. Not abandoned, but claimed. And across Skyrim, some mines stand out more than others, not for what they produce, but for what's taken over instead. In Skyrim, every place has a name. Every ruin has a story. Every cave has a bandit, a necromancer, a ghost with unfinished business. You can pick almost any point on the map and someone, some faction, some book, some loose thread of narrative will eventually guide you there. And yet, some places don't feel like they were ever meant to be found. Some places feel like they slipped through the cracks, built, textured, maybe even plotted out, and then quietly left behind. No quest markers, no radiant objectives, no dialogue hints from a drunken NPC in a tavern, just a name on a map. If you're lucky, a cold, unlabeled door, if you're not. This is one of those places. No one ever tells you to go there, no one even mentions it. But if you wander far enough east of Riften, past the stables, across the river, up the rocky slope towards the edge of the mountain, you might see it. A wooden scaffolding, a crumbling mine entrance. A place the world seems to have forgotten. The Lost Prospect Mine doesn't open with a bang. It's not like Bleak Falls Barrow with its towering arches and blaring music cues. There's no combat encounter waiting at the threshold, no trap to dodge. You walk in and the world just gets quieter. The first room is small, dusty. A minecart is tipped over, gold ore litters the floor, glittering faintly in the gloom. There's a lantern, a pickaxe, and water, the sound of it faint and rhythmic deeper inside. At this point, you're thinking, okay, standard abandoned mine, probably some skeevers, maybe a dead bandit with a journal and a minor treasure. But then you notice something strange. There are no enemies at all. None. Just tunnels and silence. As you move deeper, the mine widens. You reach a larger cavern, water running through it, and a series of ledges above you. There's a broken ladder, a few more carts, and you start to wonder what actually happened here. Why was it abandoned, and why did no one ever come back? And then, in a narrow side chamber, you find him. A corpse. Two corpses, actually. A man and a woman dead, frozen together. Next to him is a letter. It's short, rambling. If you read it and realize this wasn't a mine that was closed by force. It wasn't overrun by spiders or something dark. It was closed because of obsession. The prospector believed there was more gold here. A lot more. His partners didn't believe him. They left. But he stayed. Kept digging, kept dreaming until the dream became all there was. The note ends with something like, "I'm close, I can feel it." And then he died right there. A pickaxe on the floor, a lantern running out of oil, and nothing else to say for him. There's no boss at the end of Lost Prospect Mine. No chest full of rare loot. No artifact waiting on a pedestal. If you climb the ledges above and navigate the broken scaffolds and explore every inch, you'll find a few extra gold veins. But that's it. Just some ore. Which in a game like Skyrim feels strange. Wrong, even. You've been trained to expect more. Big reveal, big reward, big battle. But the Lost Prospect Mine doesn't care about any of that. It gives you a name, a dead man, and a story you have to finish in your own head. And then it gives you nothing else, because that's what obsession leaves behind. Skyrim is loud, in most of the right ways. Dragons scream through the clouds, swords clash, lightning crackles from your fingertips. But every now and then, the game gets quiet. Not just visually, but thematically and emotionally. The Lost Prospect Mine is one of those places. You don't come here for gold, you come here to remember what ambition sounds like after it's burnt out. This mine didn't collapse in a battle. It didn't get swallowed by the war. It wasn't cursed or haunted or corrupted. It was simply forgotten. Like a dream you thought was real until you wake up and realize no one else had it but you. And that maybe is why this place matters so much. Because it doesn't matter. Because someone once believed it did. Skyrim is a game that usually over-explains. It gives you journals, dialogue trees, exposition dumps, quest markers, flashing arrows, and redundant monologues from people who really want to tell you about their missing sword. But this mine doesn't really explain anything. You have to connect the dots. The prospector's note, the layout of the mine, the empty scaffolding. The fact that by the time you reach the deepest point in the cave, the gold is there, but the person who needed to see it never made it. And he was right. There was more gold, but that doesn't matter because he's dead now. And no one else cared enough to come back, not even to bury him. There's a type of location in Skyrim I've started thinking of as a pre-quest. These are places that feel like they were meant to have something tied to them. A Daedric artifact, a moral dilemma, a branching story about trust and betrayal. But for some reason, the part never got written. This location in Skyrim, the Lost Prospect Mine, feels like a pre-quest. You could build a whole story out of it. Maybe the prospector was cursed. Maybe the mine was a front for something darker. Maybe there's more gold, but every time someone comes for it, they vanish. But the game doesn't do that. It leaves the door open. And that's rarer than you think in a game like Skyrim. If you were to draw a map of Skyrim, not just the geography, but the psychology of its places, the Lost Prospect Mine would be a little dot at the edge of ambition. It's about what happens when you believe in something no one else does. It's about digging and digging and digging and never hitting bedrock. It's about thinking that if you just go a little further, if you just try a little harder, you'll eventually get the reward you were promised. And it's about how that promise can kill you. And it's about how the world might never even notice you're gone. Because the mine is so tucked away, so out of the public's eye that no one will ever think to go there other than prospectors. There are players who will never enter the Lost Prospect Mine. They'll walk past it, ride past it, maybe even glance at it while chasing something bigger. And that's okay, because the game doesn't ask you to go there. But that's what makes it feel real, because the world is full of forgotten places. Houses with the lights off, offices with dust on desks, buildings with no footprints in the snow. Not every location gets a headline. Not every place gets a purpose. Some places exist simply because someone once needed them to, and then stopped. In most of Skyrim, gold means something, right? It's currency, it's value, it's the reward. But in the mine, gold is something else. It's the object of fixation, the illusion of purpose, the thing that a man clung to while the rest of the world moved on. And in that context, the gold in the mine isn't a treasure, it's a tombstone. You can mine it if you want, you can even sell it. But part of you knows this wasn't meant for you at all. It was meant for someone who never got to hold it. The Lost Prospect Mine doesn't change. It doesn't scale with your level, it doesn't respawn, it doesn't evolve. It doesn't care if you're level 5 or level 50. You walk in, you see the story, and you walk out. It waits for you, but it doesn't need you. And when you leave, I bet it doesn't miss you either. Which makes it feel more real than half the quest hubs in the game. It's a scar and not a wound. Not everything in Skyrim is meant to be remembered. Some stories don't echo through the taverns, some places don't get marked on your map. Some people live and die between the lines of dialogue, between the cracks in the cave walls, between the radiant events and the dragon fights. The Lost Prospect Mine is one of those places. And maybe that's why I keep thinking about it, because I forgot it once as well. But now, I can't. Skyrim is filled with danger. Dragons circle mountain peaks. Falmer stalk the underground. Vampires hide in frozen crypts. But there is one dungeon that feels different. One that does not simply house danger. It is danger. Hidden in the mountains of the Reach, far from the safety of cities, and far from the comfort of main quest lines, lies Valthuma. At first glance, it appears to be just another Nordic ruin. Ancient stone, moss-covered walls, Draga waiting in silence. The kind of place you clear once and forget. But it is not just another tomb. It is a prison, and it's failing. Valthuma is the resting place of Hevnarak, a dragon priest whose name is not spoken with the same reverence or fear as some of the others. But that may be a mistake, because he is not merely powerful, he is patient. Long ago, during the height of the dragon cult, he sought immortality not through loyalty to dragons, but through forbidden alchemical experimentation. His obsession with plague, poison, and unnatural longevity made him feared even among his own kind. The ancient Nords understood something terrifying. Hevnarak was not content with death, so they sealed him away in Valthuma. But they didn't simply entomb him. They built layers of containment, and that is what makes this dungeon different. It is not a resting place, it is a warning. Most Nordic ruins are tombs of reverence, burial chambers for honoured warriors who rise as Draga to defend sacred halls. Valthuma feels wrong from the moment you enter. The architecture is heavy, oppressive. Narrow corridors wind deeper into the earth, as if the structure itself is trying to suffocate whatever lies below. This is not a monument, it is a vault, and like any vault, it has keys. Before you can reach Hevnarak, you must confront and defeat two powerful dragon priest guardians, ancient wardens placed there specifically to prevent resurrection. Their presence reveals something important. The ancient Nords feared what lay beneath more than they feared invasion. They didn't want to honour Hevnarak, they wanted to contain him. That alone elevates this dungeon above most of Skyrim's other dungeons. It was designed with paranoia. What makes Valthuma uniquely dangerous is that the Dragonborn must participate in the very act the ancient Nords sought to prevent. To face Hevnarak, you must complete a ritual. You gather the ceremonial skulls, you unlock inner chambers, you activate the final confrontation. In doing so, you become the final key. This is one of Skyrim's most subtle narrative traps. The dungeon is structured so that the player inadvertently finishes what history tried to stop. The Guardians you defeat were not protecting treasure, they were protecting the world. And once Hevnarak awakens, it becomes clear why. Unlike many dragon priests, Hevnarak specializes in poison and disease. His mask grants immunity to poison and resistance to disease, reflecting his obsession with biological corruption. He is not just a mage, he is a plague bearer. In a world where most enemies rely on brute force, Hevnarak represents something insidious, slow, inevitable decay. Valthuma's location in the Reach is no coincidence. The Reach is already one of Skyrim's most unstable regions. Forsworn rebels wage guerrilla war against Markarth. Dwemer ruins dot the cliffs. Political corruption festers within the city walls. It is a land of old grudges and buried horrors. Placing Valthuma here reinforces its danger. The Reach is symbolic of things buried but never resolved. And beneath it lies a dragon priest who embodies the same theme. Hevnarak's imprisonment mirrors the Reach itself. Ancient violence sealed away, but never truly erased. If this dungeon were to fall unchecked, the Reach would be the first to suffer. And given its fragile state, it might not survive. There are more difficult dungeons in Skyrim mechanically. There are larger ones, more complex ones. But few feel as claustrophobic and tense as Valthuma. The deeper you go, the more deliberate the structure feels. There are no grand open caverns like Blackreach, no sprawling Dwemer machinery, no dramatic waterfalls. Just stone. Stone and silence. The dungeon compresses you as you go. It forces close combat with Draga Deathlords in narrow hallways. It denies open strategy. It corners you. By the time you reach the ritual chamber, you feel trapped, as though you have descended too far to retreat comfortably. That psychological design makes this dungeon dangerous beyond its enemies. It pressures the player. Most dragon priests persuade power through dragon worship. Hevnerak pursued something colder. His mask's properties suggest a fixation on resisting corruption and decay. He wasn't trying to conquer kingdoms, he was trying to conquer his own biology. That makes him uniquely terrifying. Poison and disease are democratic forces. They do not discriminate. They do not respect power. In a medieval world like Skyrim, plague could wipe out holds. The ancient Nords likely understood that Hevnerak's experiments were not simply heretical. They were existential threats. He was not a warlord. He was a scientist without ethics. And that makes him far more dangerous. Valthuma is deceptive in another way. It is accessible relatively early. There are no level gates, no quest prerequisites demanding high progression. An inexperienced Dragonborn can wander into this dungeon and awaken something far beyond their readiness. And because the ritual is structured as a progression puzzle rather than a clear warning, players not realise the scale of what they're unlocking until it's too late. That subtle trap makes it one of the most dangerous dungeons for unsuspecting adventurers. You think you're clearing a ruin, but you're really breaking a seal. After defeating Hevnerak, you claim his mask, a powerful artifact granting poison immunity and disease resistance. On the surface, it's just loot, but symbolically it represents inheritance. You now carry the legacy of the Plague Priest. You wear the face of a man who experimented with death itself. There's something quietly unsettling about that. Skyrim rarely forces players to confront the morality of the artifacts they collect. But Valthuma lingers. You did what the ancient Nords failed to do permanently. You woke him, and then you ended him. But you also proved that his prison was fragile. What if someone less capable had entered? Many Skyrim dungeons are dangerous because of spectacle. Labyrinthian is epic. Faralhost is tragic. Blackreach is overwhelming. Valthuma is different. Its danger lies in implication. It is a prison barely holding. It is a ritual waiting to be completed. It is a dragon priest obsessed with plague sealed beneath an already unstable hold. And most players stumble upon it accidentally. That combination, accessibility, narrative depth, atmospheric pressure, and moral implication elevates it above Skyrim's other ruins. It feels less like a dungeon and more like a mistake waiting to happen. When you leave Valthuma, the world continues as normal. Markarth still stands, the Reach still rebels, dragons still roam the skies. But something lingers. You know that beneath the mountains, ancient horrors were not simply buried, they were feared. And you know that if history forgets why a prison was built, someone will eventually open it. Valthuma is not the most famous dungeon, it is not the largest, it does not house the final boss of the game, but it embodies Skyrim's most dangerous truth. Not all ruins are meant to be explored, some are meant to remain sealed. And when curiosity overrides caution, the consequences echo far beyond stone walls. Hevnerak is gone, but the lesson remains. In a land of dragons and war, sometimes the most dangerous enemy is the one that waits quietly beneath your feet. Skyrim is a land built on anticipation. You see a ruin in the distance and imagine ancient secrets hidden beneath its stones. You discover a cave entrance carved into the mountainside and expect danger waiting in the dark. Every location in Skyrim feels like the beginning of a story. Some caves lead to sprawling underground cities. Some contain powerful artifacts. Others hide forgotten lore that expands the entire history of Tamriel. Because of this, players naturally learn to associate caves with reward, discovery, adventure. But every once in a while, Skyrim breaks that expectation. And no location demonstrates that better than Broken Helm Hollow. At first glance, it looks like any other dungeon in the province. A cave entrance carved into the rocky hills south of Riften. A name that sounds dangerous, the promise of bandits, treasure and hidden secrets. But once you step inside, something becomes clear almost immediately. Broken Helm Hollow is not what you expected. In fact, it might be the most underwhelming cave in all of Skyrim. The first strange thing about Broken Helm Hollow is its name. Broken Helm sounds dramatic. It suggests a battlefield, a fallen warrior, or some forgotten tragedy buried beneath a stone. In a game where location names often hint at deeper lore, places like Bleak Falls Barrow or Labyrinthian, players naturally assume there must be a story here. But Broken Helm Hollow never quite delivers on that promise. The cave sits in the hills south of Riften, tucked quietly between forests and rocky outcrops. It's not particularly hidden, but it's also not along the main roads most players travel. You might discover it while wandering through the rift, or you might only visit it after receiving a Radiant quest. Either way, the entrance gives the impression that something meaningful waits inside. But once you enter the cave, that illusion quickly begins to fade. Like many caves in Skyrim, Broken Helm Hollow is occupied by bandits. Bandits are one of the most common enemy types in the game. They fill forts, caves, ruins, and abandoned towers across the province. And while they can be fun to fight, they rarely create memorable experiences on their own. Broken Helm Hollow is no exception. Inside the cave, players encounter a small group of bandits using the location as a hideout. They've built makeshift camps, placed torches along the cave walls, and scattered supplies throughout the tunnels. It's exactly what you would expect from a standard bandit den. There are no unique enemy types, no unusual combat mechanics, no elaborate traps or puzzles. Just a handful of enemies guarding a cave that feels almost identical to dozens of others across Skyrim. And that's where the first sense of disappointment appears. One of the most memorable aspects of Skyrim's best dungeons is mystery. Bleak Falls Barrow introduces ancient Nordic puzzles and dragon lore. Blackreach reveals a massive underground ecosystem. Even smaller caves often hide journals or environmental storytelling that hints at deeper narratives. Broken Helm Hollow lacks almost all of that. There are no elaborate ruins, no lost civilizations, no strange magical experiments hidden in the shadows. The cave is simply just a cave. Its tunnels twist through stone walls that look nearly identical to countless other locations in the game. Its rooms contain crates, bedrolls, and campfires, the standard decorations of a bandit hideout. Nothing about the environment suggests that anything unusual ever happened here. And without that sense of mystery, the cave begins to feel strangely forgettable. Broken Helm Hollow does include one small narrative detail. Inside the cave, players can find a captive prisoner locked in a cage. It's one of the few places he might be. This prisoner is usually part of a Radiant rescue quest, meaning the game randomly selects the location when an NPC asks you to save someone. At first, this might seem like it might add depth to the cave's story. After all, prisoners imply conflict. Conflict suggests narrative, but in practice, the interaction is extremely simple. You unlock the cage, the prisoner thanks you, and then they leave. There's no elaborate dialogue, no dramatic revelation, no hidden twists that changes how you see the location. The rescue happens quickly and quietly, leaving the cave feeling just as ordinary as it was before. To understand why Broken Helm Hollow feels so underwhelming, it helps to look at Skyrim's Radiant quest system. Bethesda designed Skyrim with hundreds of locations that could be used interchangeably for certain quests. Bandit camps, caves, forts. The game randomly assigns these locations to missions like bounty hunts or rescue operations. This system allows Skyrim to generate endless quests, but it also means that some locations were designed primarily as generic quest spaces rather than unique experiences. Broken Helm Hollow fits perfectly into that category. It exists less as a meaningful place in the world and more as a stage where Radiant quests can occur. A cave designed for functionality rather than storytelling. Even the physical design of Broken Helm Hollow contributes to its reputation. The cave is relatively small. Its layout is straightforward. Players move through a short series of tunnels before reaching the main chamber where the bandit leader resides. After that, the cave just ends. There are no secret passages, no branching paths, no hidden chambers waiting to be discovered. Compared to Skyrim's more complex dungeons, Broken Helm Hollow feels almost unfinished. Not broken in a technical sense, but broken in the sense that it never evolves beyond its simple design. Another reason the cave feels so underwhelming is its rewards. Skyrim often motivates exploration with unique items or valuable treasure. Players enter dangerous ruins hoping to find powerful weapons, enchanted armor, or rare artifacts. But Broken Helm Hollow offers very little in that regard. The bandit leader carries standard equipment. The chests contain typical loot. Nothing about the rewards feel particularly special. Which means that by the time you leave the cave, you may not feel like you've discovered anything meaningful at all. Just another small encounter in a world full of them. Perhaps the biggest problem with Broken Helm Hollow is how easily it disappears from memory. Skyrim is filled with hundreds of locations, and many of them stand out because of something distinctive. A strange puzzle, a dramatic boss fight, a piece of lore that changes how you view the world. Broken Helm Hollow lacks that defining moment. It doesn't surprise you, it doesn't challenge you, it doesn't reveal anything new about Skyrim's history. It simply exists. And in a game as massive as Skyrim, that might be the most dangerous thing a location can do. Because places that don't stand out are the ones players forget entirely. And yet Broken Helm Hollow still teaches us something interesting about Skyrim's design. Even though the cave itself is simple, it contributes to the illusion that Skyrim is a living world. Not every location can be legendary. Not every cave can hide ancient secrets. Some places exist simply because people needed somewhere to live, hide, or survive. From that perspective, Broken Helm Hollow begins to make more sense. It isn't meant to be extraordinary. It's meant to feel like a small temporary shelter used by outlaws trying to avoid the law itself. A minor detail in a much larger world. Broken Helm Hollow may never become one of Skyrim's most famous locations. It doesn't contain ancient magic, it doesn't hide powerful artifacts, and it certainly doesn't challenge the Dragonborn in any meaningful way. But in a strange way, that's what makes it interesting, because it reminds us that Skyrim's world is larger than its biggest moments. For every legendary ruin or epic quest, there are dozens of small places quietly filling the spaces between them. Caves used by bandits, shelters forgotten by history, locations that players enter once and then never think about again. Broken Helm Hollow is one of those places, underwhelming, forgettable, but still part of the vast world that makes Skyrim feel real. And sometimes the most ordinary places reveal just as much about a world as the legendary ones. Skyrim is full of places you're expected to find. Cities, ruins, caves, locations marked on the map, built to pull your attention toward them. But some places feel different. They feel hidden on purpose. The kind of locations you only discover by accident, through a strange detail, a hidden path, or by simply looking somewhere most players never think to check. And when you find them, it almost feels like you weren't supposed to. That's what makes these places so memorable. Not because they're the biggest or most important, but because Skyrim does such a good job of concealing them, tucking them away behind mountains, beneath buildings, inside forgotten caves, or hidden passages that most people walk right past without ever noticing. And once you find one, you start wondering how many more you've already missed. Eldergleam Sanctuary feels less like a location in Skyrim and more like something you accidentally uncover while looking for something else. It doesn't announce itself in the way most important places do. There's no towering structure visible from a distance, no major city built around it, no obvious sign that one of the oldest and most sacred locations in Skyrim is hidden deep. In fact, if not for the quests tied to it, many players would likely never find it at all. And that's what makes it such an effective concealed location, not because it's impossible to reach, but because it feels deliberately tucked away from the rest of the world, protected both by geography and atmosphere. The journey there immediately sets it apart. You travel through narrow mountain paths and isolated terrain that already feels removed from normal exploration routes. Unlike major landmarks that naturally draw your attention across the map, Elder Sanctuary exists off to the side, hidden behind layers of rock and wilderness that make it feel disconnected from everything around it. The cave entrance itself is easy to miss if you aren't specifically looking for it. There's nothing grand or dramatic about it from the outside, just another opening in the mountains, another cave among countless others scattered across Skyrim. But the moment you step inside, the tone changes completely. The sanctuary doesn't feel like a normal cave. It feels alive. That shift is immediate. The lighting softens, the soundscape changes, and the environment opens into something far more organic and untouched than almost anywhere else in the game. Roots stretch through the walls, water flows gently through the cavern, and light filters in from above in a way that makes the entire place feel isolated from time itself. It's not just hidden geographically, it feels hidden spiritually, like a place that exists outside the normal structure of Skyrim. And that atmosphere is what defines the sanctuary more than anything else. Unlike ruins or dungeons that conceal themselves through danger or mystery, Elder Sanctuary conceals itself through preservation. It feels protected not by guards or traps, but by the fact that it simply doesn't belong to the outside world. The deeper you move through the cave, the more that feeling intensifies. The environment becomes denser with plant life, more vibrant, more unnatural in the context of Skyrim's otherwise harsh landscape. Because this place shouldn't exist the way it does. Not in a province defined by snow, war, and decay. The contrast between Elder Sanctuary and the rest of Skyrim is part of what makes it feel so off the map. Most of the game's environments are cold, damaged, or shaped by conflict in some way. Even beautiful places usually carry signs of danger or instability, but the sanctuary feels untouched, pure in a way that almost seems impossible with the outside world. And that purity creates a distance. It separates the sanctuary from normal exploration, because it doesn't feel like it's connected to the same reality as everything else. You don't walk through it like you would a cave. You move carefully, almost instinctively quieter, as the game itself is encouraging you not to disturb the peace. That feeling becomes even stronger when you finally reach the Elder tree itself. The tree doesn't just dominate the sanctuary physically, it defines the entire atmosphere around it. Massive roots twist through the cavern, glowing with a sense of age and significance that immediately makes the location feel sacred. It's one of the few places in Skyrim where the environment alone communicates importance without needing enemies, dialogue, or exposition to reinforce it. And yet, despite how visually striking it is, the tree also feels deeply concealed. Not hidden from sight once you arrive, but hidden from the world. The sanctuary is isolated so completely that it almost feels forgotten, known only to a handful of pilgrims and worshippers who intentionally seek it out. There are no settlements nearby, no roads leading directly to it, no signs that this place has become part of normal Skyrim life, despite its immense spiritual significance. That isolation is important because it gives the sanctuary a sense of fragility. It feels like a place that could be lost. Like if people stopped searching for it, the world would simply close around it and leave it behind. The NPCs connected to the sanctuary reinforce this feeling as well. Morris, for example, treats the location with reverence that borders on obsession. To him, Elder Sanctuary isn't just important, it's sacred beyond question. And while his admiration helps communicate the significance of the place, it also highlights how separated the sanctuary is from ordinary understanding. Most people in Skyrim don't talk about the Elder Gleam. They don't visit it, they barely seem aware it exists. That lack of awareness adds to the feeling that the sanctuary belongs to a different layer of the world entirely, and the quest itself deepens that idea, because reaching the tree isn't enough. You're forced to decide how you interact with it, whether you violently cut into its bark to retrieve sap, or seek a more powerful alternative through Morris's guidance. That choice changes the tone of the sanctuary dramatically, because it reframes the location from simply being hidden to being vulnerable. The moment you strike the tree violently, the sanctuary reacts, Spriggans emerge, the environment turns hostile, and suddenly the peaceful isolation of the cave shifts into something defensive. That reaction is one of the most important details in the entire location, because it confirms something the atmosphere already implied. This place is alive in more ways than one. It isn't just a hidden location, sitting passively in the mountains. It actively resists disruption. The sanctuary protects itself, not through architecture or traps, but through nature itself responding to intrusion. And that makes the concealment feel intentional on a deeper level, as though the world itself wants this place hidden. Compared to other concealed locations in Skyrim, which often rely on physical secrecy or hidden entrances, Elder Gleam's sanctuary feels hidden emotionally and spiritually. It's not difficult to access once you know where it is, but understanding the place is another matter entirely, because the sanctuary doesn't function like the rest of Skyrim. It doesn't reward aggression. It doesn't revolve around conquest. It asks for restraint, respect, and silence. Those qualities are so rare within the structure of Skyrim that the sanctuary immediately feels separate from everything else. Even visually, the location seems disconnected from the rest of the world. The glowing light, the dense greenery, the water, the roots, it all creates an atmosphere closer to myth than reality. Walking through the sanctuary feels dreamlike, almost unreal compared to the harsher environments outside. And that reality is what makes it memorable. Not because it's dangerous, not because it's difficult, but because it feels like something hidden so deeply within Skyrim that the world itself almost forgot what was there. When you compare Elder Gleam's sanctuary to High Hrothgar, the similarities become immediately clear, but so do the differences in how each place conceals itself. Both locations are hidden through isolation rather than secrecy. They sit high within Skyrim's mountains, separated from the rest of the world by distance, harsh terrain, and the effort required to reach them. And both creates a feeling that you're leaving ordinary Skyrim behind as you approach them. The climb to High Hrothgar strips away noise and conflict until all that's left is silence and snow. Elder Gleam's sanctuary does something similar, but through nature instead of elevation. The deeper you move into the sanctuary, the more disconnected you feel from the outside world. But where High Hrothgar feels restrained and disciplined, Elder Gleam's sanctuary feels alive and untouched. High Hrothgar is built on control, quiet halls, measured speech, isolation, maintained through intention. Elder Gleam's sanctuary feels more organic, as though it concealed itself naturally over time rather than through philosophy or choice. That difference changes how each place feels emotionally. High Hrothgar isolates you through silence and distance. Elder Gleam's sanctuary isolates you through atmosphere, making the outside world feel impossibly far away, even when it isn't. That's what makes Elder Gleam's sanctuary one of the most concealed and hidden places in the game. Not just its location, not just its isolation, but the feeling that it exists quietly beneath everything else, untouched by war, untouched by politics, untouched by time in a way very few places ever are. A place that doesn't hide through secrecy alone, but through stillness, through reverence, through the sense that some things in Skyrim were never meant to be part of ordinary life at all. And when you finally leave the sanctuary behind, stepping back into the cold and conflict of the outside world, the contrast hits immediately, because it feels less like you explored a hidden cave, and more like you briefly stepped into somewhere the rest of Skyrim was never supposed to reach. Helgen is one of the strangest hidden places in all of Skyrim, because technically everyone knows where it is. It's the very first location most players ever see, the place where the entire game begins. You ride into it as a prisoner, watch the executions prepare to unfold, and witness the exact moment Skyrim changes forever with Alduin's attack. For a brief period, Helgen feels incredibly important, like the centre of the world itself. But after that opening sequence, something unusual happens. The game almost completely abandons it, and that abandonment is what transforms Helgen into one of the most concealed places in Skyrim. Not physically concealed at a glance, but emotionally and structurally hidden away from the rest of the world. Once the attack ends and the player escapes, Helgen basically becomes frozen in time. While the rest of Skyrim continues moving, cities rebuilding after dragon attacks, factions evolving, quests progressing, Helgen stays exactly as it was left. Destroyed, burned, empty. And because the main story rarely sends you back there, the town slowly begins to feel forgotten, despite being one of the most significant locations in the entire game. That feeling starts the moment you eventually return. Most players don't revisit Helgen immediately after escaping. The world opens up, quests begin stacking, and the game constantly pushes your attention elsewhere. By the time you finally wander back to Helgen, hours later, maybe even dozens of hours later, the place feels different. Not because it changed, but because it didn't. The destruction remains untouched. Burned buildings still collapse inward. Bodies and debris are left scattered through the streets. The atmosphere feels unnaturally still, like the town exists outside of the normal flow of time. And that stillness is what makes Helgen so unsettling after Alduin's attack. It's not just ruined, it's preserved in its ruin itself. Most destroyed locations in the game eventually recover, repopulate, or evolve in some way. Helgen doesn't. It remains trapped in the exact moment of catastrophe, abandoned by nearly everyone except bandits and scavengers who slowly move into the wreckage. That transition from functioning town to empty shell happens so completely that it almost feels unreal. Because Helgen wasn't a forgotten ruin originally, it became one, and you witnessed it the exact moment it happened. That's what separates it from every other hidden location in Skyrim. Places like Eldergleam Sanctuary or High Hrothgar feel concealed because they were always isolated, always removed from normal life. Helgen is different because its concealment happens after you already know it. The game takes a place that should remain important and quietly pushes it into obscurity. And over time, that obscurity becomes part of its identity. The physical layout of Helgen reinforces this feeling constantly. The town sits tucked away in the mountains near the border of Cyrodiil, already somewhat isolated geographically. Before the attack, that isolation likely made it feel secure, a small fortified settlement removed from the larger political conflicts of Skyrim. After the attack, though, the same geography turns it into something else entirely. A dead end. A place people avoid rather than pass through. The mountain walls around the town make the destruction feel enclosed, trapped within its own boundaries. When you walk through Helgen after the attack, there's no sense of movement or recovery. The ruined towers loom over empty streets, creating the impression that the town was simply cut out of Skyrim and left behind. Even the sound design contributes to this. Helgen lacks the ambient life present in every functional settlement. No merchants calling out, no guards patrolling normally, no routine conversations filling the streets. Instead, you hear wind, distant creaking, and the occasional movement of enemies occupying the remains. It feels hollow, and that hollowness becomes more noticeable because you remember what it looked like before. That contrast is what gives Helgen its hidden quality. It's not concealed because players can't find it. It's concealed because the world itself seems to stop acknowledging it after the opening. NPCs rarely discuss it in meaningful detail. The war continues, cities continue functioning, life moves on. But Helgen doesn't. It stays broken. That creates a strange emotional disconnect around the location. This was the site of Alduin's return, the event that signals the beginning of the dragon crisis across Skyrim. Logically, it should remain one of the most important places in the province, but instead it becomes almost invisible once the opening sequence ends. And that invisibility feels intentional, as though the game wants Helgen to fade into the background while still existing physically within the world. That fading is what makes revisiting it so impactful. You return expecting some trace of the significance it once held, but instead you just find emptiness. The town has become a ruin so quickly that it almost feels erased from history before history even had a time to react to it. And the enemies occupying Helgen only deepen that feeling. Bandits eventually move into the ruins, treating the town not as a site of catastrophe, but as an opportunity. That shift is deeply unsettling because it shows how quickly tragedy becomes normalized in Skyrim. A place destroyed by a dragon attack, filled with death and devastation, becomes just another hideout to exploit. That transition happens quietly, without ceremony, without acknowledgement. And because of that, Helgen starts to feel less like a former town and more like a ghost one. The ruined keep beneath the town amplifies this even further. During the opening sequence, it functions as a desperate escape point, chaotic and dangerous as Alduin tears Helgen apart above you. Returning later changes the tone completely. The same corridors that once felt urgent now feel abandoned, stripped of movement and purpose. You're no longer escaping, you're retracing. And retracing your steps through a place tied so heavily to the beginning of a game creates a strange emotional effect. It feels smaller than you remember, quieter than you remember, but also heavier somehow. Every destroyed wall and collapsed structure carries the memory of what happened here, because unlike most locations in Skyrim, Helgen isn't just tied to the lore, it's tied directly to the player's experience. You didn't hear about Helgen's destruction, you literally lived through it. That personal connection makes the concealment hit harder. The game doesn't just hide a location, it hides a memory. Over time, Helgen drifts further and further away from the player's attention as Skyrim expands outward with endless quests and exploration, until eventually it becomes easy to forget. And when you finally return, the realization that nothing changed becomes almost unsettling on its own. Compared to other concealed places in Skyrim, Helgen works differently, because it's hidden through neglect rather than distance or mystery. It's sitting there openly on the map, accessible at almost any point in the game, but the narrative itself moves away from it so completely that the location starts to feel buried beneath everything else. And that buried feeling is what makes Helgen one of the most hidden places in Skyrim after its destruction. Not because it's hard to reach, not because players don't know it exists, but because the world leaves it behind so completely that it begins to feel disconnected from everything around it. A ruined beginning, frozen in place while the rest of Skyrim moves forward. That's what makes Helgen so memorable after Alduin's attack. It becomes a place trapped between importance and abandonment, a location every player sees, but very few truly return to. And when you finally do return, walking through those burned streets in silence, it doesn't feel like you're revisiting a town. It feels like uncovering something the game itself quietly tried to bury beneath the rest of the world. Skyrim is a land that constantly puts itself on display. Cities rise out of the landscape, ruins tower over the horizon. Even its secrets often feel like they want to be found. But not every place is like this. Some locations don't just hide from the player, they feel hidden from the world itself. Tucked away in mountain ridges no one climbs, buried beneath ruins that no one visits, or quietly existing in places where realistically no one should even know they're there. These aren't just hard to find locations, they're places that feel forgotten, cut off from trade, from travel, from history itself. Places that don't show up in conversation, don't appear in quests, and don't seem to belong to anyone at all. And that's what makes them so interesting. Because when a place is hidden from the world, not just the player, it stops feeling like part of Skyrim's story and starts feeling like something that was never meant to be found at all. Reachwind Eyrie is one of the few places in Skyrim that feels truly hidden, not just because of where it is, but because of how completely disconnected it is from everything around it. As if it exists outside the awareness of the world itself. Located high in the mountains southeast of Markarth, reaching it is less about following a path and more about deliberately going out of your way to find something that the game never really asks you to look for. The Reach is already a region defined by harsh terrain and vertical design, with cliffs and winding paths that make exploration feel uneven and often incomplete. But Reachwind sits above even that, tucked away in a position that feels intentionally removed. There are no nearby settlements guiding you toward it, no meaningful foot traffic, and no sense that anyone in Skyrim even acknowledges its existence. And when you finally arrive, what you're met with isn't exactly activity or danger, but stillness. A quiet, elevated Dwemer structure standing alone against the sky, with no inhabitants, no defences, and no clear purpose remaining. That absence is what defines it, because unlike most Dwemer locations in Skyrim, which are dense, mechanical, and filled with automatons or Falmer, Reachwind feels stripped down to almost nothing. It lacks the usual complexity associated with these ruins. There are no sprawling underground corridors, no functioning systems, no sense that it's still operated in any capacity. It's just the structure itself, a platform, a tower, a fragment of something that once had meaning, now left behind with no context to support it. And that creates a very different kind of presence. Most Dwemer ruins feel like remnants of a lost civilization that you can still interact with. Places where the past is still active in some form. Reachwind doesn't have that quality. It feels inert, complete in its stillness, as if whatever role it once played has been entirely erased, leaving behind only the physical shape of its existence. The fact that it's positioned so high above the surrounding landscape only reinforces that feeling. From the top, you can see across the Reach, the jagged terrain stretching out in every direction, distant landmarks barely visible through the haze. It gives the impression that this place was meant to observe rather than participate, to exist above the world rather than within it. And yet there's no indication of what it was observing, or why it needed to be here at all. That lack of explanation is what makes it feel truly hidden and isolated. Not in the sense that it's difficult to find, but in the sense that it's been removed from the narrative entirely. The game doesn't reference it, no quests lead you there, no characters mention it to my knowledge. It doesn't tie into the broader story of the Dwemer in any meaningful way. It's just there. And because of that, it starts to feel less like a designed location and more like a leftover piece of the world. Something that exists without needing to justify itself. That kind of design is rare in Skyrim, where most locations serve a clear purpose, whether it's for gameplay, storytelling, or exploration. Reachwind resists that structure. It doesn't reward you in any significant way for finding it. It doesn't challenge you. It doesn't even try to hold your attention for very long. You arrive, you take in the view, you recognise the isolation of the space, and then there's nothing else to do. And that nothing is exactly what makes it memorable, because it creates a moment where the player is forced to confront the idea that not every place in Skyrim exists for them. Some places exist independently, without quests, without rewards, without any acknowledgement at all. And that independence makes Reachwind feel like it's hidden in a deeper sense. Not just physically, but conceptually. It's hidden from the systems that define the rest of the game. Hidden from the flow of progression, from the structure of quests, from the idea that everything should lead somewhere or mean something. It simply exists high above the world, untouched and unbothered. There's also something distinctly Dwemer about that kind of detachment. The Dwemer are known for their mystery, for their sudden disappearance, and their advanced, often incomprehensible technology. But most of their ruins still feel grounded in function. You can see what they built, how it might have worked, what purpose it might have served. Reachwind doesn't offer that clarity. It feels more abstract, more like a fragment of an idea than a fully realised structure. And because of that, it leans into the more unknowable aspects of Dwemer design. It becomes less about understanding and more about presence. Deepwood Redoubt is one of those locations in Skyrim that doesn't immediately present itself as hidden. But the deeper you go, the more it becomes clear that what you've found isn't just a location off the beaten path. It's something deliberately tucked away from the rest of the world. On the surface, it appears to be just another Forsworn-controlled ruin in the Reach, positioned west of Solitude, surrounded by the region's familiar cliffs and winding paths. You can see parts of it from a distance, stone structures rising out of the landscape in a way that feels consistent with other locations in the area. But that initial visibility is misleading, because Deepwood Redoubt isn't defined by what you can see. It's defined by what it leads to. Once you push past the outer layers, past the expected resistance and into the interior spaces, the location begins to shift. It stops feeling like a simple camp or ruin and starts to feel like a passage, something guiding you further away from Skyrim's surface and into a space that feels almost completely removed from it. This transition is what makes it so effective. Many locations in Skyrim are self-contained. You enter, you clear them, and you leave. Deepwood Redoubt doesn't work like that. It pulls you inward, gradually separating you from the open world until you emerge somewhere entirely different, Deepwood Vale. And that's where the real sense of hiddenness begins. Deepwood Vale doesn't feel like it belongs to the same world you were just in. It's enclosed, quiet, and strangely untouched, surrounded by towering cliffs that cut it off from the rest of the map. There are no roads leading to it, no natural paths that would suggest easy access. The only real way in is through Deepwood Redoubt itself, which immediately reframes the entire experience. What seemed like a standard location becomes a kind of gate, a controlled entry point into something far more isolated. And because of that, the Vale feels less like a place you discovered and more like a place you weren't meant to reach at all. The Forsworn presence here adds another layer to that feeling. Unlike more scattered camps, this space feels intentional, almost curated. It's not just a group of outcasts surviving in the wilderness. It feels like a chosen location, somewhere specifically selected because of how hidden and defensible it is. The surrounding cliffs act as natural walls. Their limited access points make it easy to control, and the overall layout gives the impression of a place that exists outside the influence of Skyrim's border conflicts. While the Forsworn are typically portrayed as aggressive and chaotic, here they feel more settled, more rooted. Like they've found a space where they can exist without interference. And that changes how the location is perceived. It's not just hidden geographically, it's hidden socially and politically as well. It's a place where a group has effectively removed itself from the rest of the province, carving out a pocket of isolation that operates on its own terms. The environment itself reinforces this separation. Deepwood Vale is visually distinct, with a calmer, almost serene atmosphere that contrasts with the harshness of the surrounding Reach. There's water, greenery, and a sense of stillness that feels out of place, given how close it is to the more active regions. It doesn't feel abandoned, but it doesn't feel connected either. It exists in kind of an in-between state, where life is present but contained, cut off from the outside world by both geography and design. And that containment is what makes it feel truly hidden, not because it's invisible, but because it's inaccessible in any natural sense. You don't just wander into Deepwood Vale, you have to be led there, intentionally or not, through a structure that acts as both barrier and a gateway. This layered design is what sets Deepwood Redoubt apart from other hidden locations. It's not just a place you find, it's a place you pass through, and in doing so, it changes your relationship with the space around you. By the time you reach the Vale, Skyrim feels distant, almost irrelevant. The usual markers of the world, roads, cities, quests, fade away, replaced by something quieter, more self-contained. And that shift creates a kind of disorientation, a sense that you've stepped outside the normal boundaries of the game. It's subtle but effective, because it doesn't rely on spectacle or scale. It relies on contrast, on the idea that a place can feel hidden not because it's small or hard to see, but because it's separated in a way that most locations aren't. Deepwood Redoubt and the Vale it conceals represents a different kind of secrecy, one built on layers, on progression, on the gradual realization that what you've found isn't just another point on the map, but a space that exists parallel to it. Craig's Lane Cavern is a location that, on the surface, feels almost impossible to classify as hidden. And yet, the more time you spend thinking about it, the more it starts to feel like one of the most deliberate concealed places in Skyrim. Not because of where it is, but because of what it's trying to be. Located just a short distance from Shaw's Stone, a settlement that itself feels overlooked and peripheral, this cavern sits in a region that players can pass through multiple times without ever feeling compelled to stop. There are no dramatic landmarks that pull your attention toward it, no major quest lines that push you in its direction early on, and nothing about its exterior that suggests it holds anything particularly unusual. It looks like another cave, another minor point on the map, the kind of place Skyrim is filled with. And that's exactly what makes it so effective, because what's hidden here isn't the location itself, it's the nature of what's inside. When you enter Craig's Lane Cavern, the expectation is familiar. Bandits, animals, and maybe a small dungeon to clear, but that expectation is immediately disrupted. Instead of chaos or decay, you find structure, organisation, a space that feels lived in, not just occupied. The cavern is being used as an underground fighting pit, a place where gamblers and spectators gather to watch organised brawls, where money changes hands and violence is turned into entertainment. And that shift in tone is what reframes the entire location. This isn't a hideout in the traditional sense. It's a hidden operation, a self-contained system that exists just outside of the sight of Skyrim's surface, functioning in a way that feels almost civilized despite its brutality. The people here aren't just surviving, they're participating in something. There's a sense of routine, of purpose, of roles being filled. Fighters, organisers, onlookers. It's a small ecosystem, quietly operating beneath the world above. And that's what makes it feel hidden in a deeper sense. Because the cavern isn't isolated due to geography alone. It's isolated by design. It's meant to be unseen. The fact it's so close to Shaw's Stone only reinforces that idea. This isn't a remote mountain peak or a distant ruin. It's right there, near a functioning settlement, and yet completely still disconnected from it. The people in Shaw's Stone don't reference it. There's no indication that this kind of activity is happening just beyond their reach. It exists in parallel, close enough to be convenient, but far enough to remain unnoticed. And that proximity creates an interesting tension, because it suggests that Skyrim isn't just hiding ancient ruins or forgotten structures. It's hiding active, ongoing systems that the player can easily miss. That kind of hiddenness feels more intentional, more human. It's not the result of time or decay. It's the result of choice. Someone built this. Someone maintains it. Someone benefits from it continuing to exist without interference. The cavern itself supports this idea through its layout. It's not sprawling or complex, but it's purposeful. The central fighting area is clearly defined, with space for spectators and movement that feels controlled rather than chaotic. There's a sense that this place has been shaped to serve a specific function, even if that function is never fully explained. You're not given a deep backstory or a larger narrative context. Instead, you're left to piece together what's happening based on what you see. And what you see is enough to understand that this isn't a random occurrence. It's something established, something ongoing. But because it's self-contained, it never expands beyond the cavern itself. It doesn't connect to larger factions or major storylines. It doesn't influence the world outside. It remains small, quiet, and contained. And that containment is what keeps it hidden. Not just from the player, but from the world. Craig's Lane Cavern also highlights a different kind of hidden space compared to the places like Blackreach or Deepwood Vale. Those locations feel removed because of their scale or geography. Craig Lane feels hidden because of its subtlety. It doesn't overwhelm you with size or spectacle. It blends in, disguising itself as something ordinary until you look closer. And even then, it doesn't fully reveal itself. There's no grand explanation, no deeper layer waiting to be uncovered. It simply exists as it is. A quiet pocket of activity that operates independently of everything else. Blackreach might be one of the most paradoxical locations in all of Skyrim, because despite being one of the largest and most visually striking areas in the entire game, it still manages to feel deeply hidden, not just in terms of access, but in how completely it is removed from the surface world. Unlike most locations that are tucked behind mountains or concealed by geography, Blackreach is hidden vertically, buried far beneath Skyrim itself, existing as a vast subterranean expanse that most players will never fully explore unless they are deliberately pushed towards it. And even then, the game never presents it as something you can simply stumble upon. You don't just find Blackreach by wandering. You have to descend into it, piece by piece, through Dwemer ruins that act less like entrances and more like barriers, each one reinforcing the idea that what lies below is not meant to be easily reached. By the time you arrive after navigating mechanical corridors, Falmer-infested tunnels, and the remnants of a long-dead civilization, the transition feels complete. You're no longer in Skyrim, at least not in any recognisable sense. What makes Blackreach so effective as an isolated place isn't just its scale, but its disconnection. It doesn't feel like an extension of the world above. It feels like a separate layer entirely, operating under its own rules, its own atmosphere, and its own sense of time. The glowing mushrooms, the artificial lighting, the massive caverns stretching endlessly in every direction. It all creates the impression of a world that has existed in isolation for so long that it no longer relates to the surface at all. And that separation is what defines its hidden nature. Because Blackreach isn't hidden in a way that invites discovery. It's hidden in a way that suggests it was never meant to be a part of the player's journey in the first place. It exists beneath everything, unseen, and largely unaffected by the events unfolding above. The Civil War doesn't reach here. The holds don't govern it. Even the sky, one of Skyrim's most defining features, is replaced by an artificial ceiling that mimics something distant and unreachable. And yet, despite that isolation, Blackreach is not empty. It's filled with life, but a kind of life that feels alien compared to the rest of the game. Falmer move through the ruins, blind and adapted to the darkness, while Dwemer automatons continue their silent routines, remnant of a system that no longer has purpose. Giant glowing flora replaces forests, and the ambient sound design creates a constant sense of unease, as if the entire space is alive in a way that doesn't fully reveal itself. This combination of activity and isolation creates a unique tension. Blackreach feels inhabited, but not in a way that welcomes you. It feels like you've entered something self-sustaining, something that doesn't need the surface world and doesn't acknowledge it. And that's what makes it feel so deeply tucked away, not just physically, but conceptually as well. It's a place that exists outside of Skyrim's awareness, even though it lies directly beneath it. The Dwemer architecture scattered throughout only deepens that feeling. Massive structures, elevators, and ruins stretch across the cavern, hinting at a time where this place was not just inhabited, but thriving. But unlike the ruins on the surface, which are often fragmented and partially reclaimed by nature, Blackreach's structures feel more intact, more preserved, as if time has moved differently here. And yet there's still no clear understanding of what it all was. The purpose of Blackreach remains vague, its full scale and function never fully explained. It's a reminder that the Dwemer are one of Skyrim's most mysterious civilizations, built things that even the game itself doesn't fully contextualize. And that lack of explanation reinforces that idea that Blackreach isn't just hidden from the player, it's hidden from understanding. Even when you're standing in it exploring its depths, you never feel like you fully grasp what it is or why it exists. And that uncertainty becomes part of its identity. The way you access Blackreach also plays a significant role in how it's perceived. There's no single obvious entrance. Instead, it's connected to multiple Dwemer ruins across Skyrim, each one offering a different path downward. This fragmented access makes it feel less like a destination and more like a network. Something spread beneath the world rather than confined to a single point. It's not just hidden in one place, it's hidden everywhere, just out of reach, waiting beneath locations you might have already explored without realizing what lies below. And that idea transforms the way you think about Skyrim's geography. Skyrim is a world that constantly invites exploration. But what these places reveal is that not everything is meant to be seen. Some locations hide behind mountains, others lie buried beneath cities, and some exist so far outside the natural flow of the world that they might as well not exist at all. From the depths of Blackreach to the quiet isolation of Reachwind, from the concealed passage of Deepwood Vale to the overlooked systems beneath Riften. These places aren't just hidden because they're hard to find. They're hidden because nothing points you towards them. They exist without asking to be discovered. And that's what makes them different. Because in a game filled with quests, markers, and direction, these locations remind you that there are still parts of Skyrim that don't revolve around you as the player. Places that carry on untouched whether you find them or not. And maybe that's the most interesting part. Not that they're hidden, but that the world never needed you to see them in the first place. Some horrors in Skyrim are shouted. You see the dragons, hear the war horns, read the names in your quest log. But others happen quietly, beneath trees, beside water, just far enough off the path that you could walk past them a dozen times and never notice them. One such place lies just southwest of the Guardian Stones, the first blessing point most new players find. From the road hugging Lake Ilinalta, if you veer into the woods just 50 paces from the trail, you'll find a Talos shrine. But this is not a place of peace. The statue is chipped, the altar is soaked in old blood, bones are strewn across the forest floor, a necromancer stands guard, not an enemy, but a fixture. Always there, always silent until you disturb them. There's no quest, no marker, no journal, no dialogue whatsoever. Only an altar where someone died, someone returned, and someone else made sure they stayed that way. Talos shrines in Skyrim are usually proud, built into cliff sides, marked on maps, visited in secret by Stormcloaks and Nords who defy the white gold Concordat. But not this one. This shrine sits low, not high. Hidden but not revered. It isn't marked on your map, it isn't referenced by the Civil War questlines or Daedric mission. I wouldn't even really call it a good altar. It has no place in any quest, and yet it exists, active, bloody, and wrong. Its proximity to the Guardian Stones makes it all the more unsettling. This is where the Dragonborn's path begins, where you first choose your standing stone after you've left Helgen. Hope, power, and destiny. And just off that road, Forgotten under the trees is a desecrated altar to the god you're not supposed to mention. Someone found it, someone used it, and someone got killed here. And someone died here. The altar itself is stained, chipped by what looks like blade strikes, and weathered by time. A skeleton rests atop of it, arms spread slightly, one leg curled as if it's collapsed mid-struggle. The bones aren't pristine, some are charred, others are cracked. This wasn't a place of burial, this was a place of use. All around the site are scattered remains, ribs, femurs, skull fragments, not placed ceremonially, but flung, dropped, or discarded. One set of bones lies far from the altar, face down in the leaves. Another is slumped against one of the stone pillars. This is not the aftermath of a single death. This is a pattern. And that altar in the middle, it's not for praying, it's for doing. If you approach the altar, you'll encounter the site's only living inhabitant, a novice necromancer. They don't patrol or wander, they don't talk, they don't even seem surprised you found this place. But if you come too close, they attack, immediately, defensively, and with urgency, as if guarding something they were told never to abandon. Killing them gives you no answers. Their belongings are minor, a staff, low-level robes, maybe a soul gem, no notes, no journal, no clues. And yet their presence makes it clear. This place isn't forgotten, it's still being used, or at least maintained. Like a trap no one disarmed. The arrangement of this place feels unfinished. The altar isn't scorched completely, the bones aren't fresh, but they're not ancient either. The necromancer isn't powerful, but they're vigilant. This may have been a summoning ritual, or a binding one, or an execution cloaked in spellcraft. But nothing about this scene says done. It feels like someone walked away mid-spell, or like the magic failed and the bodies were left behind as a warning, or a reminder. And Skyrim doesn't tell you what it's for, it just leaves the room locked and the door open. Lake Ilinalta is more than beautiful scenery. It's a lake full of sunken temples, drowned crypts, and forgotten ruins. To the west is Ilinalta's Deep, a necromancer-infested ruin. Nearby is a sunken shrine, and to the north lies the Lady Stone, another site steeped in mysticism. And then there's this site. It's not tied to any of them. It's not part of a questline or a Radiant encounter. But it echoes the same theme. Ritual gone wrong, magic cast without oversight, power sought in silence. Ilinalta doesn't just hold water, it holds secrets as well. But who really performed the ritual? There are no names at this site, no cult banners, no evidence of Daedric worship or a specific faction. But someone did this. Some theories say it's a rogue mage from the College of Winterhold, expelled for unethical practices. Others think it was a Blade's exile, trying to raise fallen allies from the dead. A few speculate it's related to the Mythic Dawn, whose members still hide in pockets across Skyrim. The lack of detail makes the site feel more personal. This isn't a world event, it's someone's mistake. And you walked in after it was too late to undo it. But maybe it was that novice necromancer that you killed to try and get here. But surely they couldn't even pull off something this weird. The Elder Scrolls games are famous for environmental storytelling. Notes, blood trails, overturned cups that suggest struggle. But this site offers none of that. No prompts really, no instructions. Only one journal is nearby, but it doesn't give you any sort of information at all. And in that void, the player is forced to do something rare in Skyrim. Feel uncertain. Most places in Skyrim are knowable. Quest markers, loot, objectives. But here, you're left with only emotion, unease, tension, and curiosity. The site doesn't explain itself, because it doesn't need to. It knows what it's doing to you. What makes this place so terrifying isn't the necromancer. It's the fact that it feels alive, even after you've cleared it. The stones don't glow, the skeleton doesn't rise, Nothing explodes. But something lingers. The shape of the ritual, the arrangement of the bones, the way your footsteps seem louder here. The feeling that if you return a few days later, it might look different. Skyrim rarely plays with spaces that watch you back. This one does, quietly. On forums and lore threads, this site does come up quite often. Some players think it's a cut quest site, a leftover from a necromancer plotline that never made it to launch. Others swear it was meant to be part of a Dawnguard subplot, tied to soul trapping or vampire experiments. Still, others believe it's nothing, just a little pocket of ambience. But if you've been here, you know better. It's too precise, too intentional. This wasn't decoration, this was deliberate. And it's that deliberateness, paired with the lack of explanation, that makes it so unforgettable. You leave the ritual site behind. The forest returns to quiet. The road takes you toward Falkreath or Riverwood, but part of you stays. You keep thinking about the bones, the altar, the circle, and how no one else in the world seems to care. No townsfolk reference it, no bounty lists it, no companion questions it. It's as if the ritual was never there at all. But you saw it, and you don't forget things like this. You return to the road. The Guardian stones shimmer in the distance. Lake Ilinalta gleams nearby. But the world carries on. But something in the woods behind you still waits. Bones still scatter the leaves. The altar still stands. And somewhere in the space between spells and memory, the ritual still echoes. Because Skyrim's greatest terrors don't always roar. Sometimes they wait, and sometimes they whisper. Skyrim is a province haunted by loneliness. Its wilderness is littered with ruined towers, forgotten villages, and shacks left to rot. But while places can be desolate, people within Skyrim often remain tied to their communities, however small or broken. Farmers toil beside their families, miners share fireside meals, even beggars find their corners of the city alive with noise. True human abandonment, where someone is left entirely severed from others, is rare. And then there is this one person, a scholar of Dwemer lore, once respected and possibly tied to the College of Winterhold. He is now little more than a ghost in human form. His exile to a frozen shack north of Winterhold on the Sea of Ghosts is not just geographic, it is emotional, intellectual, and spiritual. He has been cut off from his peers, ignored by the college, used by a Daedric prince, and left to spiral into madness. Unlike hermits who seek solitude for peace, this person's isolation is a punishment of obsession. He's been abandoned by society, by the gods, and finally by his own mind. To understand Septimus, one must first grasp the symbolism of his location. His ice cave is perched far north of Winterhold, closer to the endless sea of ghosts than to any human settlement. There are no roads, no signs of trade, not even an abandoned village nearby. He exists literally outside the map of civilization. Other reclusive NPCs at least linger near society. Nafi the beggar in Iverstead is shunned yet surrounded by villagers. Miko's deceased master in his shack in the woods died alone, but his home sits within walking distance of towns and hunters. Even Anise, the witch in her riverside cabin, still lives near roads where travellers may stumble upon her. Septimus is unique. He has placed himself on a patch of ice so far north that the world forgets him. This physical exile is not accidental. It represents how thoroughly he has been abandoned. While most NPCs remind the player of Skyrim's network of relationships, Septimus's location makes it clear. He has no ties, no allies, no family, and no future. When the Dragonborn finally meets him, his state of mind leaves no doubt that his abandonment is not only social, but psychological as well. His dialogue is fractured, full of contradictions, as if he speaks to himself more than to others. He references thoughts and concepts half-formed, as though the burden of forbidden knowledge has broken his ability to communicate. This mental collapse is what separates him from other figures. The Greybeards live in chosen silence, but remain sane and deliberate. Hermits across Skyrim often speak with clarity, grounded in either religious devotion or survivalist logic. Septimus, by contrast, is neither. His words reveal a man fractured by obsession, enslaved to knowledge he cannot control. Scholars thrive on discourse, on debate, on teaching. But Septimus has none of this. No one listens, no one even comes to see him. No one answers, and eventually his thoughts consume themselves. The result is a man abandoned not only by his peers, but by his own capacity to function in the world. As though mortal abandonment was not enough, Septimus's greatest tragedy is his manipulation by Hermaeus Mora, the Daedric prince of forbidden knowledge. Septimus believes himself chosen. He imagines that his discoveries are his own, that he has been singled out for a destiny greater than any mortal could achieve. In reality, Mora is merely stringing him along, using him as a temporary vessel for collecting information. His obsession with the Dwemer lockbox is not his triumph, but his trap. When the Dragonborn steps into the role of Mora's new agent, Septimus's fate is sealed. Mora abandons him in an instant, no longer needing his service. For a man who believed knowledge was his divine calling, the realization, or perhaps lack of realization, that he was merely a pawn is devastating. He dies not with glory, but with indifference, disintegrating into dust in the cave that has already become his tomb. This abandonment is cosmic. It is not simply that his colleagues left him, or his mind betrayed him. Even the god he worshipped cast him aside. And few characters in Skyrim face betrayal on this scale. Septimus's link to the college is never explicitly detailed, but his knowledge of the Elder Scrolls and Dwemer studies make it almost certain he once belonged there. His skills would have been invaluable in a place dedicated to magical learning, and yet the college never mentions him. No student remembers his teachings. No master acknowledges his disappearance. His name is absent from all conversation within Winterhold's ruined halls. This silence is telling that Septimus is not remembered as a tragic figure, not even whispered as a cautionary tale. He has been erased by omission. For a scholar whose greatest ambition would have been recognition of his work, this neglect is the cruelest form of abandonment. He was not cast out in scandal or remembered as a warning. He was simply just forgotten, as though he never existed at all. The ice cave itself mirrors his existence. It is crude, battered, and devoid of comfort. A single fire burns, books and scrolls lie scattered, and the great Dwemer lockbox looms in the corner like a coffin waiting to be opened. Unlike inns or farmhouses, it is not a place of life. Unlike hunter cabins or mage retreats, it is not a place of work or survival. It is a prison, both literal and symbolic. Septimus cannot leave because his obsession binds him to the lockbox. He is its caretaker, its watchman, and its victim. When he finally dies, the cave does not change. It remains frozen on the ice, an abandoned place reflecting its abandoned master. To stumble upon it after his death is unsettling. The fire still burns, but the man is gone, erased as thoroughly as if he had never lived there at all. And the cave becomes a ghostly reminder of the most abandoned man in Skyrim. The Dragonborn's interaction with Septimus is brief compared to the scale of Skyrim's adventures. They arrive, they listen, they aid him in his tasks, yet their presence only highlights his loneliness. For a short time, Septimus has contact with another person, perhaps the first in years, but even this is hollow. The Dragonborn is not his friend, nor his saviour. They are his tool, just as he is Hermaeus Mora's tool. When his usefulness ends, the Dragonborn cannot save him. They can only watch as he disintegrates, leaving nothing behind. The player's role as witness underscores the tragedy. Septimus's abandonment is so complete that even the protagonist of Skyrim, the most powerful figure in Tamriel, cannot alter his fate. Perhaps the greatest tragedy of Septimus's loneliness lies in what it could have been. His knowledge of the Elder Scrolls and Dwemer technology places him in the most brilliant minds of his age. He could have been a leading figure at the college, guiding generations of students. He could have contributed to Skyrim's understanding of magic and history. He could have written books, shaped debates, or even served rulers with his insight. Instead, his genius curled into obsession. His isolation prevented collaboration. His fixation closed him off from dialogue. And his devotion to a Daedric prince consumed his sanity. All his potential ended in ashes on the floor of his cave. Abandoned by others, abandoned by himself, and abandoned by the god he trusted, Septimus is the embodiment of wasted brilliance. In the end, Septimus Signus is the most abandoned NPC in Skyrim, because he is abandoned in every possible sense. His cave is abandoned on the ice, his mind abandoned by reason, his body abandoned by the Daedra, his memory abandoned by the college. He leaves no descendants, no allies, no students, and no legacy. He leaves only a cave that few will ever find and fewer will ever care about. His tragedy is not one of violent death or battlefield glory. It is the slow suffocation of neglect, obsession, and cosmic indifference. And that is why Septimus Signus, mad scholar of the Elder Scrolls, deserves the title as the most abandoned NPC in all of Skyrim. What makes a place truly hidden in Skyrim isn't always whether it's difficult to find. Sometimes it's about how the game treats it, how it separates certain locations from the rest of the world through atmosphere, distance, silence, even abandonment. Some places are concealed physically, buried deep within mountains or hidden behind paths most players never think to follow. Others are concealed emotionally, locations that feel disconnected from normal Skyrim life, operating on a completely different tone from everything else around them. And some become hidden over time, slowly fading into the background as the world moves on without them. That's what makes these places so memorable, because they don't just feel isolated, they feel removed, like pieces of Skyrim that exist slightly outside the main world, waiting quietly for players willing to slow down and look closer. And once you start noticing these places, it changes the way you explore the game entirely. You stop focusing only on the obvious landmarks and major cities. You start paying attention to strange paths, hidden entrances, forgotten ruins, and locations the game barely draws attention to. Because Skyrim hides some of its most interesting places in plain sight. Not through invisible walls or impossible secrets, but through subtlety, through locations that don't demand your attention, even though they absolutely deserve it. And that's why these concealed places leave such a strong impression. They feel personal to discover, like you weren't just following a quest marker, but uncovering something the world had quietly tucked away from everything else. Something easy to miss, but impossible to forget once you finally find it.